Okay, Mr. Mayor, you're free to start.
Thank you. Good evening. At this time, we'll convene the City Council meeting of Palo Alto for January 10th. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt?
Here.
Councilmember Cormack?
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Here.
Councilmember Filsath? Councilmember Filsath, I see your icon, but I think you're muted. Okay. Vice Mayor Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Okay, and I see Councilmember Filsath is here, so for the record,
Here.
all set present. Thank you.
Thank you. And our first item tonight is a closed session. And let me just pull up to state the close. It's a conference with real property negotiators per Government Code Section 54956.8, property located at 445 Bryant Street. And before we have a motion to go into closed session, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any requests to speak.
Okay. And on that note, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I see Sasan Kofashan put his hand up.
Oh, okay. Do we now have one requested speaker? I'm just trying to find that. Okay. Sasan, welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Fantastic. Can everyone hear me?
We can now, yes.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, council members and city staff, for the opportunity for me to speak. As you may know, I have been a tenant in this building for almost 20 years. Been I want to say, a crucial part of the community, a good watering hole, providing health and wellness to the community at large. Never been late on payment, never been short on payment, have always paid my bills. Unfortunately, no fault of my own, was forced to shut down, as a matter of fact, by the city initially and then the county and state. And as you can imagine, brick and mortar has been hit. A lot of restaurants got a few $1 million. There was about a $30 billion bill that granted them money so that they can pay some of their back to bills, rent, and then use the funds to move forward. Unfortunately, there's a bill for the gym rescue that's still just in introduction phase, and nothing's come of it. What I have done is, the months that we've been open, we have been paying 10% of our gross sales as rent to the city of Palo Alto. And this is mainly because a lot of landlords that are friends, acquaintances, mentioned that the council members all along have been asking the landlords to work with the tenants. Because as the city shutters down, as all those buildings go up for lease, it only destroys it and accelerates the destruction of the city and the community at large. So what I like to do is kindly ask for the city to forgive the past due rent. And I have about roughly 4 years left on my lease. I'd like it to continue at 10% of gross sales. Obviously, sales are piss poor at best because of the concerns with COVID, Omicron, and so forth. But I'm hopeful as Omicron burns through our community, that we're able to get back to where we were and then some, because I think more people are going to be excited to get back into health and wellness, especially through this COVID. And at which point, hopefully I can fulfill my obligation for the city. And if we need to renegotiate at that time, we could. Obviously, I like to stay there much longer than the duration or the remainder of my 4-year option. But for right now, I just want to stay focused on the next 4 years and the past due. And with that, I think I'm running out of time, so I'll leave it open for questions.
Thank you. And so at this time, we have no other public speakers and we'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Du Bois, you have your hand up?
Yeah, before I make a motion, through the mayor, if I could ask a question to the speaker.
Go right ahead.
So actually it's two quick questions. So Sasan, Form Fitness has had a great reputation. What do you envision as a fair outcome? And why did you pick 10%?
So I picked 10% because that seems to be the market standard. It's roughly 10 to 12% has been the market standard with many business owners. As you know, I'm part of the community and I know pretty much every owner of every brick and mortar, as well as a lot of the landlords. And so that number was something that was pretty much set forth by the experts, the brokerage community, to help mitigate the complete destruction of loss of tenancy and loss of business.
Okay.
So that number is actually more like market norm than anything else.
And the second question is I guess Palo Alto Builders is a building contractor. It's listed at 445 Bryant. Are you running a contracting business out of that address?
No. That's just where I get my mail. That's a company that I have. We have a warehouse off Embarcadero, right by the airport. We don't run a business out of the gym. I mean, that's a gym. We have a warehouse, dedicated warehouse for the construction company. And if it wasn't for Palo Alto Builders, I wouldn't even be sitting here right now. But no, that's just mail going there. There's no business being run out of there.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a motion that we go into closed session.
Second.
All right. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Sir, Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go into closed session. Colleagues, there is a separate email link that was even just resent to you to be able to enter the closed session. And when we come back, we'll log back on to this link and see you on the other side. back live?
Yes, sir, we are.
Thank you. So the council is returning from closed session and we have no reportable action. And so our next item is public comments for members of the public to be able to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And City Clerk, we have at least one speaker, Aram James. And while he's speaking, we'll give it a couple more minutes for other people to sign up since we just came back. Mr. James, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at the article on the front page of the Post today. Shh, keep this to yourself. And look, there's better legal minds out there. I'm the first to admit that. But did I screw that up somehow? Am I still? Can you hear me?
We can go right ahead.
So one thing that Mr. Shikata's private memos, he later says, no, they're not really private. They're kind of informal and they're only, for a small audience. But then later says, hey, the public can get them, if they do a Public Records Act. But even the Post, that's extraordinarily talented at pulling this kind of stuff out, it took them from 219 to 222 to figure out that Mr. Shikata was, the city manager, sending these private memos to the city council members. It's almost like he's grooming them, the city council members, to have this kind of special insider relationship with them. And who'd want to piss him off and not get those special memos somewhere down the line? It has some maybe First Amendment implications. Should you guys self-censor yourself when Shikata sends these private memos that really aren't private memos? Because later, not by quotes in the article, but attributed to him. Again, like I said, that we can get them by the Public Records Act, but we're not going to tell you that you can do that. So, I mean, there's just a lot of problems in my estimation with this. I think you need to explore it. I'm sure he's going to stop it. These little so-called informal memos of private information to you all. It's your first loyalty as a council is not to Mr. Shikata, but to the people that elect you to office. So I'm surprised. And maybe somebody finally leaked this. I don't know where the Post would have got it, but it sounds like it's leaked. These are important issues. I'm wondering, Ed, have you released that memo yet that you sent to me? I'm kidding here, of course, that you took my advice last week and now you fired the police chief, but I'm the only one that's got that memo, or the council's only one that has that. What about Thomas DeStefano? We don't know whether he was fired or whether he left voluntarily. Did that information go to the council but not to the public? And we're going to get it down the road through Public Records Act. What about the Zach Perone that I've been raising up for 2 or 3 years now? Did you guys make a special deal with Perone so that he's covered, that he doesn't, the independent report that the independent police auditor did never gets released? There's really a lot of problems, Ed, Mr. Shikata, with this. And I don't know, like I said, takes better legal minds than mine to come up with all of it. Does it possibly implicate the Brown Act? I don't know. Better legal minds than mine. At some point, are you given a hint as to how you want the council to vote without actually discussing it publicly? I don't know. It's just fraught. I mean, seems like a law school or a bar exam hypothetical. So I just hope the press stays on this, that you all as council look at the possible problems with this, and that we just have more transparency. And it's not to the council first, but it's to the city and the elected members that are the community. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to say I didn't know if everybody saw a really fine Palo Alto Daily Post article this last week on the SB 9 development that's going in at Barron Park. It's on a very pricey part of Barron Park, up above what used to be railroad tracks on Matadero, up the hill above Bull Park, where very pricey houses are. $7 million, $6 million, $8 million houses are up there on a 1 acre lot that will be divided up. So these will be anything except affordable, to say the least. But the part of the article, it was very detailed and a lot of quotes from the realtor, from the buyer, who is self-defined in quotes. I'm a developer. I'm always pro-development. And so he bought it and he says, I'm going to live there in one of the houses. And but what was interesting, he says, I intend to buy, to do a lot more SB9 developments in Silicon Valley. And what I thought was very telling about that, as we know, there's a requirement in SB9 to live, and he talked about that, to live on the property, and it was mentioned in the article, for 3 years. So the property owner must live on the property for 3 years. And if he has to live there for 3 years, but he also intends to develop more SB9 properties all over Silicon Valley, I just thought that was so telling of the massive flaws in SB9, this being one of the glaring ones. And I also think, as I remember in the article, it may have been somebody from the city did say it's going to be very hard to monitor people, supposed homeowners living in houses for 3 years. How the heck are we going to do that? There's a million ways around it. And I just wanted to point out that if you all hadn't seen the article about this. So thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other public speakers?
It appears to be the last request to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll move on to consent calendar. And do we have any requests to pull items? I don't see any. Do we have any members of the public who, well, I guess we need, we do a motion to approve before hearing from the public, correct? Either way.
Actually, I'd like to register a no vote.
Okay, we'll do that. Let me come back to that after we've opened it up. Thank you. So do we have a motion to approve the consent?
So moved.
I will second. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak to the consent calendar?
Yes, sir. We have one request to speak. 1 second.
Thank you. Okay. And our speaker is Rebecca Saunders. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. And do we have the clock reset?
You know, you can take me off.
There you go.
I lowered my hand the moment I realized you were talking about the consent calendar. So I'm
Okay.
take me off. Okay. Sorry for the
Yeah,
confusion.
Well, we just got 3 minutes back. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Number 8, I was absent, so I would like to, I don't know, register a no vote or abstain from it.
Abstain, I think, is correct.
Okay, I'd
Yeah.
like to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So seeing, yep, I think that's all the comments. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsath,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And our next item is city manager comments. City Manager Shikata.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just got a very brief update on manager comments. At the same time, this being the first business meeting of the year, did want to share a brief 2-3 minute slideshow that we shared with our city staff over the holidays, doing a bit of a recap on hopefully can keep going, some notable accomplishments over the year. So with that, let's see, do we have, could we get the clerk's office to bring up a few slides?
Oh, you wanted the slides, not the video. Sorry. One second.
Yes, let's do the slides first. Sorry about that, Madam Clerk. All right, next slide, please. Well, and perhaps no surprise, all news is related to COVID. And so just really want to provide a brief recap on where we are as an organization. Clearly, as the community is aware that the Omicron variant has been particularly impactful, at least in terms of impact to employees and testing, both throughout the Bay Area as well as really nationwide. But that said, we'll focus our attention here this evening on our immediate community. So just want to note again for community awareness that the city, as with all employers, are currently experiencing impacts to employee availability. So as such, we are prioritizing obviously our public safety services. I did want to note that while we have not experienced any significant changes to service delivery, we are monitoring conditions, and there may be some changes upcoming, again, subject to availability of staff in particular. Noting we are encouraging community members to limit in-person interactions. We do have a number of options for city services through virtual appointments or online services, and are really encouraging community members to use that, and maybe reducing hours of availability for walk-up services. As such, we are looking at library hours as one area, as a possibility, as well as other city hall walk-up services, and we may need to prioritize emergency public safety services, and again, push non-emergency calls for service through our online portals. But again, no significant changes at this point, but we are monitoring and will be having ongoing discussions as conditions evolve. Do want to note there have been changes in both national level as well as state and county isolation guidance, reducing the time for isolation down to 5 days under many circumstances. And again, noting in particular if symptoms are not present and where tests have been collected. On the topic of testing, let's go to the next slide, please. Do want to note, as we've always encouraged folks to get vaccinations and boosters. Clearly, vaccinations and boosters are readily available. Testing, not so much. Certainly an issue throughout the region. The same has been true, certainly, of all anecdotal evidence I've heard. We are continuing to, again, provide the ongoing options for testing in Palo Alto through Curative on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I would note that availability is very limited, and we've seen somewhat sporadic availability of appointments. So really suggest people continue to look at both the city's options as well as scfreetest.org. I don't think we've got that one on here, but we do have links to the city's webpage. Would note that the Unified School District's testing at Cubberley has now been limited to students and staff associated with the district, and what has been the availability for general community members, Palo Alto residents, has now been limited. And then finally note that the recommendations on face coverings, masks, have been stepped up with recommendations that KN95 or similar higher efficiency face coverings be used, and including doubling of surgical masks with other masks as best means of protection. Next slide, please. Then looking forward, just note in the upcoming week, we have the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration, which is led by Youth Community Services. That has now been moved to an entirely virtual program, recognizing conditions, again, related to the pandemic. So information here is available on the program, which will be next Monday on the 17th. The next slide, please. Then looking forward, note that next week there will not be a city council meeting given the MLK Day holiday, and that the city council's next meeting will be fully remote on January 24th. We are currently still holding the possibility of going back to a hybrid environment on January 31st, but it's certainly subject to change. And we'll be checking in later this week and next on conditions. Note in the upcoming agendas for the 24th, there'll be continuing discussion of potential ballot measures related to business tax and utility tax, as well as a one follow-up action related to SB 9 objective standards. Then on the 31st will be the council's receipt of the referral from the Parks and Recreation Commission related to the recommendation to prioritize community gymnasium project. Then moving into February, we've got the council's annual retreat scheduled for Saturday, February 5th. And then later in the month and beyond, a number of items related to the mid-year budget review, next steps on California Avenue and Ramona Street closures, Coverly as a topic with a number of dimensions, and update on the ongoing work for the housing element. Also want to note, in anticipation of the council's retreat that here in the green box, we do have the open survey for receipt of community input on the priorities for council discussion. I believe that's our last slide, so just check if you might with the city clerk, one more slide, and I believe that's it. And now we'll go to this video. I would just note, and I'll let the video end my comments, that clearly so much of what the city does is not visual, but we do relish the fact that we have had a number of significant milestones during 2021 that were visual. So with great appreciation to the council, the staff, and all community members that have been involved, I hope you can enjoy this brief recap. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Nice flick. All right. So our next item is scheduled to begin at 7 o'clock. And so we can take a break until 7 o'clock and everybody can go eat dinner. See you back here shortly. So the council is returning from a brief break, and our next item is item number 10, a public hearing on review of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, the NVCAP, to review a preferred alternative, take public comment, and then consider endorsing a preferred alternative. So is Director Late, do you start off here?
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. In a moment, I'm going to ask Claire Campbell, our long-range planning manager, to kick us off with a presentation that's going to include a couple of our team, members of our team. Just before that, though, I wanted to just remind or sort of check in with the council that we've had a discussion on this topic for a couple of different public hearings now. And last time we got some direction from council, and the point of tonight's meeting is to report back on what we've heard, and we're really looking forward to your feedback on aspects that we got right, and also aspects that we may not have fully captured the council's interest or intent. And so to the extent that there's revisions or adjustments, we welcome that, and there's time for us to accommodate some changes in that. So tonight's kind of a check-in, course correction before we continue with some additional work. So with that, Ms. Campbell, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. So tonight I'm going to be providing you with a brief introduction to the project, and then I'm going to pass our presentation on to Sheldon Ossing, our principal planner and project manager. And then Jean Eisberg with Lexington Planning will wrap it up for us. Tonight, we also have Sylvia Starlack from our Office of Transportation to help us answer more technical transportation questions as needed. We last presented the NVCAP concepts to you in September of 2021 when council provided direction on a range of components for the preferred plan. So as we review those components tonight, staff has tried to include information to also address the public comments that we've received to date where possible. Next slide. Thank you. So the council report for tonight's meeting summarizes the September council direction and identifies some key points for further clarification. And so tonight we will be reviewing the draft preferred plan. We're going to consider the trade-offs between the desire for housing and parks, but not for the office growth. And we also want to confirm the plan direction for further evaluation and expansion by our consultants. Next slide. So this slide gives you a brief overview of the NVCAP process. So currently we're right in the middle section and we're in the phase where we're still determining the preferred plan concepts. Following tonight's council direction, the development of the plan can begin in earnest, and following that, the environmental review will begin. And our overall goal is to complete this process and have an adopted plan by the end of this year. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sheldon to continue. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So at the September meeting, the council's presented an overview of the NVCAP and a set of 3 project alternatives. This included the breakdown of various components that made up the alternatives. This approach allowed for mixing and matching of different elements from alternatives to form a preferred plan that reflects the council's interests. So there were 12 items in the motion covering these various elements or topics that make up the plan. This presentation will discuss further how the motion affected the development of the plan and any trade-offs associated with the elements. So to each of these, we would want to have confirmation from the council that we've interpreted the motion correctly. So a couple from this slide motions want to elaborate on is that for our office to follow alternative 1 and to evaluate the need for some amortization of office space. So we just want to seek confirmation or direction if any amortization is necessary to accelerate conversion of office space for housing. And then for open space, item D, focus on naturalized creek, we took that as taking a concept creek 3, which is the most robust option. Next slide, please. So for this slide here, is these are motions are included in the staff report verbatim. They are in the staff report as well as in this presentation. Items J and L, we're not elaborating too much on in this presentation, but that for J, we are in negotiations with the consultant regarding the remaining work that needs to be done, and we're hopeful in receiving an endorsement of this plan this evening to move us in the right direction on this motion. And then for L, since September, we have engaged property owners regarding the plan since the last council meeting. Next slide, please. So our next steps here, we want to get confirmation of the preferred plan. And then we want to get, if that's the case, then we can get consultant Perkins and Will going on the work to refine and expand on the preferred alternative. And then at the same time, have consultant analysis on traffic, transportation improvements, and also initiate the environmental analysis consistent with CEQA. And we also have time after that to check in with the council to consider the analysis and the refinements, and direct staff to prepare the draft plan and continue on with the environmental impact report. Next slide, please. Okay, so this part of the presentation now we'll get into the draft alternative. One more slide, please. So I want to walk you through the illustration of the draft preferred plan here, and it's a good place to look at it from a visual standpoint before we get into any of the written details. But conceptually, if we can start at the top of the exhibit, and that's the properties that are parallel along Park Boulevard, parallel with the Caltrain. Park Boulevard office and light industrial. So we considered here to amortize any existing uses to allow residential, if that's a desire of the council. Look for opportunities for creek path extension and continuation of the railroad adjacent bike path as part of the open space plan. And then for the creek restoration and new park, as I mentioned, we're considering recommending concept 3 for the creek for full naturalization. We acknowledge that this would require likely a city bond or other type of public funds. Then for the 340 Portage site, we want to retain the Cannery building, consider amortizing R&D uses there, expand residential and retail uses, perhaps having some ground floor retail along Park Boulevard. Consider a height increase for adaptive reuse project of the Cannery, allow for multifamily residential uses on the surface parking lot. And for the Ash building, it would be considered to preserve that, encourage creative art uses such as galleries, live work, and as well as artist studios. And then for the properties that are at the kind of corner there of the 60 acres plant area, Lambert and El Camino Real mixed use district, we would continue the office and commercial space until no longer in use. That converts to residential, the option for ground floor retail. We would then consider to expand the housing incentive program that's now just along El Camino Real into these areas to allow for more FAR and density. And then along El Camino Real, we would have ground floor retail required, allow for an additional 5 feet of height for ground floor retail. So that'll be up to 55 feet or up to 40 feet. The properties that are limited to 40 feet are adjacent to low density residential. And then up to 70 feet for 100% affordable housing projects. So that'll kind of wrap around at Page Mill and El Camino Real, what we're calling residential retail mixed use corridor. There is that area of stability, which we're projecting no change for R1 that's right behind there in the corner. And then along Olive, there's that block, and we would want to rezone those or upzone into 2-family residential, R2. And then along Ash, you want to continue in the office industrial designation. Then finally, completing our tour of the plan area, 395 Page Mill, we want to retain the existing office building uses and allow for multifamily residential, allow up to 50 feet versus 35 feet today, allow higher density on the site and increase FAR. So next slide, please. So this table represents a summary statistics of the draft preferred plan. The table summarizes the existing development and the realistic build out of the plan. So the realistic build out assumes redevelopment of a portion of the opportunity sites, which represents larger underutilized sites described in the previous meetings. So on the left, you have the existing development, that's what's there today. And then on the preferred alternative, that's the realistic build out. You can see that we're adding residential. We're not assuming any loss of residential. We are assuming that there would be some conversion of office and retail space. There will be also a little bit of additional space, but overall the trend is down for office and down for retail, more residential. That's consistent with alternative 1. You'd see open space go from 0, 2.0 to 5.2, depending upon realistic or max build out. And then the potential redevelopment sites is between 11 and 21 space. Next slide, please. So here's some of the matrix based on the realistic potential. So we're looking at an increase in below market rate housing, so 15% assumption. Then residential population would increase 1,600 total. And jobs and retail would decrease accordingly with the amount of square footage for those uses. And then there's some incremental increase to support the new jobs. So we need 30 new housing units to support that. And then parcel open space, acres per 1,000, realistic versus max, and that's 1.6 to 1.7. So with that, now I'll turn it over to Jean.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to the next slide, please. I'm going to run through the topics that Sheldon presented from the motion. So first, housing. The prototypes we see here are townhomes, mid-rise apartments, and condos, which may be both 100% residential projects as well as projects that are ground floor retail with up to 4 stories of housing above. As Sheldon indicated, this is an increase in the height limit in several locations and a density increase up to 120 dwelling units per acre in those higher density areas. The realistic potential, as Sheldon mentioned, about 530 units higher under the maximum development scenario if all of the potential opportunity sites turned over. Under these conditions, we can envision redevelopment in several parts of the project area, but likely not the 2 largest sites where developers have expressed more of an interest in a greater mix of uses, including office, as we'll talk about a little bit more. The next slide talks about affordable housing. You'll recall the strategies that we discussed last time. 2 key strategies. First is a density bonus program for 100% affordable projects. This would be on the southern stretch of El Camino, mid-block on Page Mill. And the idea is similar to the housing incentive program, which has produced a number of units to allow greater heights, increased floor area, and no residential density limit. And then second, you may recall from the strategic economics feasibility study, there's support for increasing the inclusionary housing rate for townhomes specifically, maintaining the rate at 15% for sale condos, but 20% for those townhomes, and then maintaining the in lieu fee for rentals. The next slide talks about the office strategy and the idea of amortization. So in general, the preferred plan looks to maintain the current amount of office and R&D. Last time we spoke, the motion included looking at the possibility of some amortization. The staff report explores this in a few different ways. So the idea here in general, maintain the current amount of office, allow residential to convert, allow those offices to convert a residential at any time, but acknowledging that the land economics here are such that office tends to be more valuable. It has higher revenue rates and lower cost of construction. And so without a substantial density increase, we don't see that transition happening without some other intervention. So depending on the council's interest, could pursue amortization at a number of different levels. The map on the right and the staff report has a table and map that shows the parcels within the planning area that have at least 5,000 square feet of office or R&D. It looks like quite a lot on the map, over 500,000 square feet, those 13 properties, which include the largest ones. So according to the zoning ordinance, this takes a minimum of 15 years. There's a whole amortization schedule in the zoning ordinance. The council's interested in this strategy. we would look at how this might happen. Is it based on the size of the site, the amount of office space, or by zoning district? For example, the RM30 district in the middle here, which typically does not allow office uses, versus a GM site that does allow R&D. And then lastly, as we might imagine, this is not a very popular idea among property owners who are looking to maintain their office and R&D uses. So just another consideration. The next slide talks about other side of commercial, which is retail incentives. So one of the key ideas is to allow a 5-foot height bonus. And the idea here is that 55 feet would allow for a really nice first floor, ground floor retail space and still allow 4 stories of residential above. Retail spaces tend to be a loss leader for developers in the mixed use configuration. And so recognizing that, making sure we can still retain that typology of 4 stories of residential above. The proposal in the preferred plan is to require retail on El Camino and encourage it on Park Boulevard and otherwise elsewhere in the planning area. Second piece of the retail strategy is a commercial parking ratio expressed as a blended rate. This is similar to downtown. This has a couple different advantages. First, if we think about how people park in places with inline retail, you park once and you might go to multiple stores. And so having that more of a corridor feel, a retail atmosphere. The second reason that it's useful is as uses change over time, that you don't have the parking requirement changing, but really having nowhere else on the property to create new parking. And then the last bullet there is about the idea of exempting the first 1,500 square feet of retail from parking requirements. And this is really just to facilitate those smaller commercial spaces that may be difficult to park on some of the smaller sites in the district. The next slide is about open space. We're still pursuing a sort of multi-pronged strategy to generate different types of open space. We did receive a number of public comments that were concerned about the lack of open space that are in this preferred plan. We did focus on the Matadero Creek naturalization for the key part of this strategy based on the motion. And one idea there is that option 3 that Sheldon mentioned at the outset, the creek option 3 requires more right of way. And so part of what you see in the open space strategy around the creek is to try to get a bigger setback on both sides of the creek, including on the 340 Portage side. What's not showing on the open space strategy, and I think this is part of the disappointment on the part of the community, is that we're not seeing those 2 large park sites that we had talked about before. And some of that is just to remember that the city does not have site control in this area. And so until we can purchase those sites or create incentives that would encourage those property owners to put a large park on those sites, some of those sites, it's challenging for us to generate parks. We do have park impact fees, and one of the key policies in the idea in the preferred plan is that those park impact fees would be spent, that were collected within the area, would be spent within the NVCAP area. And so the amount of development that ensued from the NVCAP, sort of the more development that ensued, the more park fees that you collect and the more opportunities you might have to spend that within the NVCAP. Last idea is to considering lowering the park dedication requirement. This is in the subdivision ordinance right now. Subdivisions that have at least 50 lots, 50 units have to dedicate parkland. And the idea here is to reduce that to 30 units. So you could have a smaller a smaller project that would have to dedicate land. And since this is in the subdivision ordinance, this would actually be a citywide change. Okay, the next slide just shows the concept in a map. On the lower right-hand corner, which is Plan Southwest, you're seeing a little bit more ground level open space. In part, this is because that's that mixed district that Sheldon identified that has some taller height limits towards the El Camino side, some more opportunity sites, opportunities for development. Then we're seeing in the green part along the creek, that's part of that is the increased setback to allow for a naturalization project. Part of that's trying to get some parkland along that creek amenity. Still seeing the idea of a Wooner along Portage Avenue in front of the 340 Portage building. Remember, that is not a public right-of-way, it's private land that has a public access easement. So that's the reason behind that sort of unique Wooner kind of idea. And then showing along Olive at 395 Page Mill, a deep setback, which is responding to the really mature set of trees that's there along Olive, as well as the existing bioswale. Next slide, and shifting gears. Sorry, a little formatting issue there. The first bullet says adaptive reuse of the cannery as housing. So the idea of retaining that building and reusing it, and then allowing housing on the remaining surface parking lots, most likely in a more townhome configuration based on the width and leftover size and shape of those surface lots. There's not really enough space for that mid-rise high density development and the creek improvements. Sheldon mentioned the idea of preserving the Ash office for creative arts uses. Also need to consider amortization of the office uses if that building is going to convert to housing or other uses. Talked about the idea of a parkland dedication, which could result from condo map, and also the deep setback to allow the Matadero Creek naturalization. We know based on some indication from the property owners that this type of redevelopment may not be likely under these conditions in the near term. So we do want to be aware that we need to address these trade-offs as we move forward in the planning process. Next slide is the other large site within the district, 395 Page Mill. The proposal under the draft preferred plan is to retain those existing office uses, allow height up to 50 feet or 55 feet in the middle of the site, or really the western side of the site. So this is the remainder of the parking lot could be redeveloped for housing up to 120 dwelling units per acre to get to that 4 or 5 story typology along Ash. I mentioned retaining the tree canopy and bioswale on Olive. Again, based on what we've heard from the property owner, redevelopment under these conditions may not be likely. So same sort of outcome from the previous slide, that this is something we want to address as we think about refining the preferred plan over the next year. Next slide is residential parking ratios. And so this is really where we put the transit-oriented in transit-oriented development. So just because we're next to or within a half mile of transit doesn't necessarily mean that development is well attuned to that kind of multimodal use. And so we looked back at the Fair and Pure study from 2018, which was citywide, and we really honed in on thinking about what was reasonable and feasible for this area, most of which is within half a mile of transit. So this is potentially a big change. We've recommended setting a parking maximum. Right now, the city only has parking minimums. So setting a maximum at the current ratio, which is 1 space per bedroom and 2 spaces per 2-bedroom, capped at 2 bedrooms and 2 spaces. And then setting a much lower minimum of as low as 0.5 spaces per unit, could be higher, but pairing that with a whole package of multimodal strategies. So it's not just getting rid of parking, but the idea, the example that we give in the staff report was providing exceptional bike parking, having the electric bike charging, cargo bike parking, having a car sharing space in these buildings. Free transit passes could be 1 transit pass per unit could be better than that, 1 transit pass per person or per employee. But really pairing the reduced parking with really exceptional multimodal travel. I know this issue also received some concern from members of the public in the community responses that we received the last couple of days. So I did want to point out that Fair and Pure study was a citywide study, and this, we're focused on a TOD area. And so that's why we see this sort of greater strategy, but just an idea, and looking for your feedback on this. This is, getting pretty deep into zoning standards, and we are still in kind of the middle of the process in the preferred plan. So just exploring these options here. Okay, last substantive slide is employment density. We were asked to look at some options for employment density. Right now, the proposal is to use this 3.4 jobs per 1,000 square feet. This is a standard VTA rate that's used in the countywide traffic model, and that would be used for the NV cap trip generation. We did look at some other potential ratios. This is very fluid right now with the pandemic. It's also changing a lot just with the nature of office and R&D and how people work and the types of businesses and technology that we see. So we see a wide range in what other cities are looking at employment uses, and just would say, whatever we want to move forward with, thinking about what the purpose of that is, looking at the traffic analysis versus maybe projecting the jobs that might be in this area and the housing that would be needed to support those jobs. So wrapping up, we can go 2 slides ahead. This is just a summary of the places where we're looking for feedback, thinking about this trade-off between the desire for housing, affordable housing in particular, desire for parks, but no new office, direction on the potential amortization of some office uses, confirming that the creek naturalization is the preferred direction. That's the creek option number 3. Feedback on the idea of reduced parking paired with those multimodal incentives, and then potential alternative employment density metric. And then, as Claire said at the outset, we would take refinements to the preferred plan, work with the consultant to further refine those, and then as the plan gets developed, continuing to check in with the PTC and the council as the draft plan gets formulated. Okay, thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. And we can entertain technical questions for the staff before then hearing from the public and then coming back to discussion, as long as we focus on kind of clarifying questions. Vice Mayor Koo.
I was just wondering, Mayor, if we want to hear from PTC rep or ARB rep tonight, or when we would do that.
Yeah, if they're in attendance, what we can do is hear from them before reaching out to the public. And so we'll go with any technical questions we have. And then if they're here, I'd be glad to provide them an opportunity to supplement the staff presentation. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, it's just 2 clarifying questions. So the staff report refers to the draft plan, but are we actually supposed to receive the draft plan? Or is it just the diagram?
Yeah, at this time, it is just a diagram and the concepts that we put forward.
Okay,
All right,
just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add, Councilmember Du Bois, just that kind of part of that, when we say draft plan, it will be this, but a lot more detail, and we'll have the studies and other kind of things that will be backing it up. So it'll be more robust than these, are more the conceptual level.
But the council's not going to see the draft plan. It looks like it would come back for approval, final approval on the deck.
It will come back. Yes. Oh yeah. The draft will. Yes, the draft will come back, and then
okay.
The EIR is.
And then just I want to make sure I'm understanding page 162. Let me see where that was. It was towards the bottom. So there's some discussion about ground floor commercial and ground floor retail. Are we saying that it will be restricted to retail, or when we say commercial, are we including office uses?
So we're saying retail-like type of commercial.
Yeah, so number 4 says retail incentives allow ground floor commercial. Should that say ground floor retail and retail-like services? Is that
would be appropriate to say that? Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thanks.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thank you. 2 questions. One is that on the topic of amortization, you mentioned 2 or 3 different criteria you could look at for amortization, size and so forth. Are we allowed to say, okay, this location over here, we'll amortize that, but not some other location over there? Can location be a criteria?
I'll start this out. I would say that, yes, that is an option that the council could consider.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question was, in practice, where you brought up the subdivision, 50 versus 30. In practice, for what we're dealing with here, is there a significant difference between what impact fees would generate versus Quimby Act criteria would generate, or are they pretty similar? I mean, at least the in lieu fee looks pretty similar.
I'd have to see if anybody on my team here might know.
Yeah, we may need to follow up on that one, Councilmember.
And are you asking Councilmember Phillips if there's a monetary difference in terms of the value, or?
Yeah, really. I mean, I'm really looking at it. Is it worth changing the limit from 50 to 30, or should we just assume we're going to leave it with impact fees and assume we're going to get a similar outcome?
I think this is not the money answer, but the practical difference is the land in a specific place. So
Okay.
that's like probably the biggest difference, is getting dedicated land associated with 30 or more units in one development that's physically there, versus money to then acquire the land and then build out the space and things like that.
Right. But if we did that, then that land has to be attached to that particular project. So you'd have the potential of sort of having a bunch of little pieces of dedicated land as opposed to one big parcel somewhere.
Yeah, it kind of depends on who does it,
right?
What property, all these variables that would be a little hard to forecast. Certainly we could check in terms of what's the dollar value,
right?
But I think then that dollar has to then get spent to acquire land or to
Sure.
have a park elsewhere.
Okay, that's helpful for thinking about it. Thank you.
See, if no one else has questions, I have a couple. First, can staff clarify the city status regarding whether we adopted the park dedication requirement over 50 units based on the Quimby Act? Is that a current city standard?
The 50 units is the current standard. It's consistent with Quimby.
Okay, thank you. And where we talk about a bonus for workforce housing, which is certainly something that we want to try to incentivize. We've recently seen with the Alto locale and some other proposals that what we hadn't understood or really adequately appreciated is that the way workforce housing is defined, it's based upon number of bedrooms and not based upon the size of the unit. And so we're seeing some very expensive units per square foot that are qualifying under our current definition of workforce housing. Has staff or our consultants looked at this dilemma so that we might be able to construct something around workforce housing that actually achieves the intended outcome of typical size units in the workforce housing cost range?
I think that's something that we'll definitely follow up on with our consultant and the work. So we haven't done that analysis yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And this Councilmember Philseth, is your hand up from before? Is that right? Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, let me put it down.
All right, and so I don't see any other questions from the council at this time. Do we have representatives from the Planning Commission and Architectural Review Board here?
Maybe Ms. Tanner can tell me if we have representatives from ARB present, but with respect to the PTC, I know Doria Suma is our representative this month for the PTC. I'll note this particular concept that's being presented to the council tonight did not go to the PTC or receive its review. This was, we came from your September meeting and then straight back to council. So I don't know what kind of report out there might be from the PTC on
okay. So bearing that in mind, if they did feel that they wanted to add any of the discussion or recommendations from their bodies that help clarify we would welcome that. Otherwise, we can move on to the public. So since I can't see them,
Sorry,
think-
Mayor, I think Ms. Suma, Commissioner Suma is on as an attendee, and she could raise her hand if she did want to share anything. She may not want to.
okay. So
I don't
if-
believe we
if-
have anyone from the ARB. I know Alex Liu was the representative, but he's no longer on the ARB anymore, and he's not present this evening.
It looks like
Okay.
Doria did just raise her hand.
Good. Then we'll just go to the public comments and let her speak first, and then we can ask any questions if we have that. All right. And so far, sorry. We have 8 public speakers, and 7 after our PTC representative. Doria, you're up.
Sure, thank you.
Welcome.
And Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome back, Rachel Tanner.
Oh, we can't hear you too well.
Let me
I
get,
don't know if it's a volume on your computer or distance.
Happy New Year to everyone, and welcome back, Rachel Tanner. I hope you can hear me now. And thank you very much, Commissioner Koo, for mentioning it. I would feel a little out of turn speaking to this version, which is really in your court this evening, as it was not a version that the PTC discussed as a body. And I'm really only here representing the whole PTC this evening. So unless you have specific questions for me, but I just wanted to thank you for thinking of me.
Thank you. And if we have questions later, we'll know where to turn on that. Our next speaker is Rebecca Saunders. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Council and Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo. Congratulations and Happy New Year. And here we go. Yeah, so I really appreciate Ms. Eisberg's presentation. I thought it was really excellent. And I appreciate that the staff is working hard to juggle the different demands of, say, council and the developers and the residents. And so I know this is not an easy situation, but let's run through some concerns that a bunch of us have. You know, this doesn't really provide any truly affordable housing. I mean, there is below market rate, but in Palo Alto, it's still astronomical. A family of 3 would need about $136K to qualify for one of these 73 affordable units that are vaunted in the proposal, but they won't be affordable to graduate students, teachers, daycare employees, healthcare, retail employees, retirees, people who really are the heartbeat of our community and the people that we really need housing for. I'm all for, and many of us are wondering why dragging the feet on the amortization. I mean, we own the zone, right? So council members, we have this opportunity to fulfill the promise of your predecessors and council who provided the sunsetting of commercial use at the Fry site. Let's do it. Let's do it 100%. I don't, why should we dally on this? And then, I really appreciate Mayor Burt calling out Alto Local that got all kinds of density bonuses to build affordable workforce housing. Over there, it's like 500 square feet. You have to pay $4,300 for that. No family that we want to house, can afford that either. And, I know that well-to-do, wealthy people will be able to be housed somewhere. And this proposal, as it stands, hands big bonuses to wealthy developers of top rent high rises. And, that's just not what we're about at this point. And of course, we're, park starved over here in Ventura. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, Ventura can't be the housing solution for Palo Alto. We want to share the joy and the wealth of welcoming new friends and new neighbors. But excessive height and massing in one neighborhood really does disadvantage us relevant to other neighborhoods. So I could go on and on. You all know who I am and how I can talk, but I'm going to let it go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Price. Welcome, former Councilmember Price.
I'm done.
Yeah. I think we're just resetting the timer and bringing Gail on. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Gail Price. I'm a member of Palo Alto Forward. I am summarizing the letter you received from Amy Sung, who is the current Palo Alto Forward Board President. Palo Alto Forward is a nonprofit organization focused on innovating and expanding housing choices and transportation mobility for a vibrant, welcoming, and sustainable Palo Alto. Over 4 years, the public record throughout the process has noted a significant number of individuals and organizations who have supported the assets of Alternative 3B, which was studied extensively in the past. They participated in community meetings at various levels, but this has not been noted in the staff report. Palo Alto Forward supports Alternative 3B, not the preferred alternative recommended in the January 10th staff report. Both the staff and the economic consultants have identified Alternative 3B as the most economically feasible for the immediate area. It's the best alternative with various zoning and density improvements that has the greatest potential for funding the creation of housing. The preferred alternative is inadequate. For example, the preferred alternative likely will yield 1/3 to 1/4 of the housing units that might be possible through Alternative 3B. Our housing needs are not met through the preferred alternative. Alternative 3B is the strongest for many reasons as stated in the letter. The area could be an inclusive neighborhood with residents of all income levels, a healthier and sustainable neighborhood by incentivizing public transit and bike and ped use, while addressing SCAP climate change goals. The engaging overall design could promote flexibility in building heights and utilization of more mixed use and indeed fund more parks and open space. A community that addresses current and future neighborhoods that value diversity and inclusion. A more balanced mix of office, commercial, and residential uses to complement the economic vitality of the NVCAP area, both now and in the future. NVCAP is close to many, many services and opportunities. It illustrates the many issues that face developers and the community as identified by the recent Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury report. There are various impediments to development housing options, including elongated review periods, limited use of precise area plans, and we need to simplify and expedite the review. There's also uncertainty for applicants and the lack of a balanced development outcome. We believe Alternative 3B remains the best alternative for the NVCAP area as an opportunity area. To do anything less is not responding to the economic feasibility, housing yields, and community benefits. NVCAP would be a stronger, better, and more engaging outcome if you revisited the alternatives before you. The preferred alternative 1 is simply the weakest and the least innovative and creative of the options.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James. Welcome. And we're getting the clock ready. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. So I grew up, went to what was then called Terman, I guess it's Fletcher now. And in 7th grade, I started to visit over in the Ventura neighborhood. I'm thinking about the Pritchett family, African-American, the Gooch family, the Wright family, the Knoxes, the McAllisters, who, you know, later played with my sons and walked over to, when I was living in Barron Park to go to school. All of those families, except maybe the Wrights, are gone. It's a historical, you know, Matadero, Ventura, that area, Black area. And so, Pat, I'm talking to you more specifically because I know you're connection with East Palo Alto, but also we know that that's the area that I'm talking about, historically Black. Then Mom, a pioneer woman in real estate, purchased a number of houses in that area, including one that she rented. They called it, I think it was $25,000 at that time. And later in about 1978, maybe 180,000. But she rented to Stanford students. Anybody remember Venceremos? That was one of the rentals became the Venceremos house. It's a very colorful group. You remember some of the professors in the Vietnam War and the Cambodia engagement. But there's a lot of history there, and I also know that the Cannery, and I can't sort, even though I'm criminal defense lawyer. A lot of the stuff that I hear about the housing stuff is so abstract to me. I just know that gentrification has happened, and we can reverse that. Very low income housing. There's so much history. The Black community, for a large part, was restricted to that area, the Ventura neighborhood, and a lot of them, like I said, are now gone. So Pat, I think there's one person that was on the HRC, and I can't believe I'm forgetting her name tonight. She was an extraordinary person that's held out against the purchase of her property. Everybody knows who I'm talking to. I'm having a senior moment on her name. But the point is, all of this talk, googling up some of the, and I know I'm not downplaying the staff and all that stuff, but a lot of it I just don't absorb very quickly. But I do absorb the loss of the Black community and the historical stuff and the Cannery stuff. And Pat, I know your commitment to civil rights. And so what are we going to do to have very low income housing that represents the people that I grew up with? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Happy New Year and congrats to Pat and Lydia. Following up on Aram James, if we look at this proposal and how to get some real affordable housing in here, I think one of the barriers is this program of workforce housing, which what we saw with Alto Locale was that it was providing market rate housing even for the below market units. I was shocked at the prices starting at $3,500 per month for a 350 square foot unit. And so I call on the council and staff to eliminate the workforce housing program because I think it starves affordable housing out of these projects. It's providing market rate. And specifically in this program, we shouldn't have workforce housing. We should have real below market, which is 80% of AMI and below. We shouldn't be doing this 80 to 120%. And we should have 20% of the units in this overall plan have that real affordable housing, which is 80% AMI and below. So that's like the biggest recommendation I would make for this, and sort of revisiting workforce housing across the city, which I don't think we should be giving bonuses for. The second thing I'd like to do, and I don't think anyone else is going to suggest this, I think we should reduce retail. I think we should only have ground floor retail facing El Camino, or at least a requirement for it. The reality is retail is retracting a little bit, and so we want to have less higher quality retail in places like downtown Cal, El Camino, and University and Town and Country. So that's the second big one. The third thing is we've talked a lot about amortizing out the office to provide housing, and I think we should do it. I think we should do it in a fair and practical and reasonable way. We don't want to, overly penalize any office holders, but we do want to move that towards housing. Also, in terms of the next point would be on the parking per employee for the commercial. I think 3 to 4 units per employee is too low. It should be, we're 250 is overrating it based on how office is currently used. I think it should be at most 200 square feet per employee. And to follow up on Rebecca's point, this region is really park starved, the Ventura region. And so we do need to do more to not just make it an asphalt type of area, but to have real parks in there. And so I'd ask the council to see what they can do to provide more park space. And again, thank you for listening.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Kristin Flynn, and we'll welcome.
Am I unmuted?
You are,
Okay, thank you.
but we can't hear you real well.
Oh, I don't know what to do about that. Can you hear me better? I'm leaning in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We can restart now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and 3 minutes seems positively luxurious, so. Hello and Happy New Year, and thank you for your consistent efforts on behalf of our city, and I'm speaking both to council and staff on that one. It's been a difficult couple of years, and I appreciate your efforts. I welcome the changes on allowing high-density bonuses for income-tied affordable housing projects. I welcome the focus on ground-level retail at targeted locations. I support the reduction of parking requirements. I think that people will figure it out, honestly, especially in such a neighborhood that has such great access. I support the 20% affordable units for the wholesale townhome project. Early on in the NVCAP process, I was asked why I got involved with the North Ventura Community Area Plan. I said it was because I have experience living in an uncoordinated area plan. And I think it's significant to know why the Ventura neighborhood has such substandard parkland and other city amenity access. It was the neighborhood that was not redlined and thus was very diverse. Lot sizes are small, and we had a mix of industrial uses, worker housing, and affordable rental housing. Because of this mix, we have traditionally been underserved by parks and other city amenities. Ventura was not the top priority for those services, and an industrial use does not need a park. But we do have a unique and historic agricultural building, a creek that could be a beautiful centerpiece of our neighborhood, exceptional access to the bike boulevard and transit, and diverse and comparatively affordable housing options. The NVCAP plan is a tremendous opportunity to right historic wrongs while preserving and enhancing the best qualities of our existing neighborhood. We should accept no plan that does not adhere to the stated ratio of parks outlined in the comprehensive plan through naturalization and dedicated parkland. It is worth preserving the industrial and agricultural past of the valley. A sense of place is very hard to create and easy to erase. Please preserve the historically significant portions of the Cannery building. I welcome. So I guess that's it. And thank you for your service. And I will continue to pay attention and contribute when I have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Cedric de la Bourgardère. Welcome.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Congratulations, Mayor Burt and Vice Mayor Koo, for your new roles. And thank you, council members, for considering our feedback tonight. I was pleased your last council direction favored renaturalization of Matadero Creek, and I urge you to embrace the staff recommendation of its maximum naturalization via Concept 3. While this option may require the purchase of land, staff acknowledges in its report that depending exclusively on development-based park space and fees will fall far short of the comp plan goal of 4 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. City investment will be needed to meet this goal, so let's include in that investment the maximum renaturalization of the creek. Our forefathers did not ask permission from the creek when they shrunk and encased it in concrete and profited for decades from this stolen land. It is sad to look at the creek today, fenced in, criminalizing any who dared walk its waterways. We are at a crossroads with precipitous declines in all life forms which depend on healthy ecosystems. If we want to allow our children to grow up in a vibrant world, we need to step up, protect, and restore our natural systems. I read an article recently about efforts to renaturalize the Briève River, which once flowed through Paris and into the Seine. And planners there lamented that most of the river is lost forever, buried in pipes below vast apartment blocks. Here we are lucky that the creek is mostly bordered by open parkland and parking lots. We should therefore seize this opportunity to fully restore the creek and not allow development to encroach upon and prevent future restoration. I urge you to be proactive and invest in the creek, purchase land around it as needed, and work quickly towards Concept 3. Don't go small. Don't just hope that incremental development over the next few decades will restore it piecemeal. This would be slow and highly uncertain. Let's do it right, and let's do it now. In the future, I hope that this restoration effort will inspire the city and inspire us to seek to naturalize the rest of the creek from Alma to the Bay with a scheme similar to Concept 1, which is contained to the water district's right-of-way. In other matters, I think 300 square feet is way too low estimate of employment density. It seems about half that square area is more accurate. I would hope that you would incentivize rooftop gardens, ample balconies, and require step-down heights to adjacent single-family neighborhoods. Also, I hope that you would preserve the building that's the heart of the historic nature, not the whole thing, but just the area with the monitor roofs, and that building on, I forget the street, Ash, and the middle one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Susan Stansberry. Welcome. You should be live, Susan.
Hi there. Happy New Year and congratulations, Mayor Burt and Vice Mayor Lydia Koo. I've spoken on this item before, so I won't take long. I also am encouraging the full restoration of the creek to the widest extent possible. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I hope you seize it. And I also agree with the speakers about making truly affordable housing. I think the richness of Palo Alto is really the diversity of both people and the natural environment. And so I wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Reckdahl. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking for myself tonight. I submitted some comments via email. I'll just mention them briefly. First, the staff report recommends allocating 294 square feet per office employee, which is almost twice the value recommended by J. Paul's planner during last year's council study session. This is a critical value for balancing jobs and housing. It needs to be really carefully chosen. The second, while the proposed transportation incentives are likely to reduce car trips, there's no evidence that the incentives will reduce parking demand. If we're going to make such a significant parking requirement change, it needs to be supported by data. The third, staff report states that the park impact fees are insufficient to fund NVCAP park acquisition. That's the purpose of impact fees. And this is troubling since we just adjusted our impact fees last year. If set properly, these fees should be sufficient to fund park acquisition. I encourage council to scrub staff's calculations, determine whether the impact fees are indeed insufficient, and if so, reevaluate these fees. Finally, some additional comments. The working group had high hopes for transforming this area into a cohesive, livable neighborhood. I think the council's working in the right direction, but meeting expectations still will be very challenging. Considering the planning rule is to zone for what you want, we should be changing the zoning to reflect the desires for this area. That includes a lot of housing, some parks, perhaps a school. And without proper zoning, these things are unlikely to occur. In particular, we should be amortizing office space to speed the conversion from office to housing. Without amortization, landowners will continue to milk their office space forever. Now let's talk about parks. The NVCAP area is park starved, and counting bike paths and low traffic driveways as open space is just ridiculous. They're nice design features, but they're not parks. And similarly, a ground floor plaza is a nice feature, but it is not a replacement for a park. We need to add real parks in the NVCAP area. And finally, a generous private citizen has offered to construct a public gym for Palo Alto. North Ventura is on a bike boulevard and located centrally in the city. It'd be a wonderful place for a public gym. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker appears to be on a cell phone. Last digits are 002. Welcome you and encourage you to introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Terry Holzmer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Terry.
Okay. First of all, as a member of the NVCAP working group, for the past 2 years, and being a concerned resident living in the next door to the North Ventura area for 25 years, I'd like to make 3 key points that I hope you will take into consideration tonight. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the historical aspects and the importance of 340 Portage in the context of not only our own history here in Palo Alto, but truly in American history. If you believe in the American dream that David Packard and Bill Hewlett put together in their small Palo Alto garage, then the feats of Thomas Fern Chew and his accomplishments right here in our own city at 340 Portage should be honored in nearly the same way. Fighting through the Asian racism of the early 20th century, he created one of the largest fruit and vegetable canneries in the world. His name may not be recognized by many in our city, but they should be treated in the same way that we think about Mark Zuckerberg or Stephen Jobs. And I hope that you will take that into consideration tonight. My second point is I sincerely hope that we look at any alternative that is really focused in on, if you sincerely want housing, make it a 100% affordable housing. Helping to build condos and apartments for developers who just turn around and rent those same units for $4,000 or $5,000 a month is simply ridiculous. Please stop the giveaways and the bonuses unless they are truly offering what you believe and need. What we need in this town is 100% affordable housing. Lastly, I'd like to mention the underparked issue. As you know, this has become an issue throughout our entire city. That's the reason we have parking permit programs. Reducing parking, especially in an area where you want to add more housing, doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't, because a lot of people drive from different directions to their jobs. It isn't just a straight line like the train. Everybody thinks that everybody can just hop on the train and they'll go to work. Well, it doesn't work that way, and you know it doesn't. Finally, I'd just like to mention that the Ventura residents need to be considered in this process. They have come and they've participated in this working group for a long time, for more than 2 years. And I hope that their thoughts, especially conveyed by Becky Saunders earlier, are taken into serious consideration. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jeff Levinsky. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo, and council members. First, thank you for your bold actions last year to turn the NVCAP process around and help North Ventura become as wonderful as other Palo Alto neighborhoods rather than a mass of new offices. But some problems do remain in the options before you. First, please don't lower residential parking requirements. As Keith's letter to you points out, the Fair and Pure study our city commission recommended keeping our current parking requirements except for 100% senior housing such as Stevenson House. And that study measured 9 specific buildings, several of which were in transit-oriented areas. The staff report presents no solid reasons why less parking would actually help. It's really the opposite. Ample parking makes housing more affordable because then several adults, each with a car, can share the cost. With only half a parking space per bedroom, as staff recommends, that's 1 space for a 2-bedroom apartment. So how can 2 adults, each with a car, share it? Plus, the staff report doesn't mention some specific groups hurt by reduced parking, namely those who need parking next to where they live because they have physical disabilities, small children, or personal safety concerns. These folks can't park blocks away and walk, so we're telling them to go live in some other town when we change our zoning to allow inadequate parking. It continues to astound me that our staff reports never mention this, as if you should only be able to live in Palo Alto if you're able-bodied, childless, and invulnerable. On the topic of amortization, there's no better time to start than now to transition out offices and replace them with housing. Yes, it will take years and some owners will protest, but we can be the heroes who made it happen, and future Palo Altans will thank us. And finally, Ventura needs parks, it needs community resources, and it needs true affordable housing at 80% of AMI and below, not the smidgen of so-called affordable housing offered in the staff report. Let's pass the business tax and use it to help pay for these needs. Let's put that in the plan for North Ventura. And please don't have the NVCAP plan unzone or offer incentives for market rate housing, because that will just make it costlier and harder to obtain land to meet the true community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can now return to the council. Before going into council questions, as you may recall, we authorize then Mayor Du Bois to appoint a council subcommittee to have discussions with Sobrato on prospective resolution of the zoning issue and their plan. And so I think that Councilmember Du Bois and Vice Mayor Koo were the members of that subcommittee. Councilmember Du Bois, I think you indicated you wanted to report out a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say,
if I may interrupt. City Attorney Stump is indicating she'd like to weigh in before doing that.
Right. So others are handling that process on a day-to-day basis, but I wonder if the planning director can weigh in on it, whether it's appropriate and permissible under the agreed upon rules to do a report out at this point.
I'm not going to reveal anything confidential.
Okay, great.
We talked about it earlier today.
Super, thanks.
Yeah, so again, we are having this confidential ad hoc discussions with Sobrato, so I'm not going to go into any detail about that. But I did want to ask council members when they speak tonight to indicate kind of what their interests are in terms of community benefits. So as we go through the draft plan, it'd be helpful, I think, to Councilmember Koo and myself, if you could, touch on the creek restoration, park thoughts, housing affordability, access to historic preservation, retail space, community space, the elements of the plan. But it'd be really useful, I think, if you could indicate kind of which are most important to you personally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll go to council member questions and comments. Who would like to wade in first? Who's brave? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I can start us off. I'll start on the area that I'm most interested and concerned about on the affordable housing piece. So a few questions for staff on that. I saw that the item 2 recommendation would require 15% inclusionary for rental units in the NVCAP. So just correct me if I'm wrong. That means we would be that you're proposing that we would be implementing the Palmer fix here in the NVCAP.
Yes, that is certainly one of the considerations that we have before the council this evening.
Okay, and so with this, I believe this would be, is this the first time then that the Palmer fix would be implemented in the city?
So let me offer and ask, invite Jean maybe to help me out with this. I believe it was more of of an alternative approach. Jean, is that correct? As opposed to the baseline zoning inclusionary requirements, that this might be part of an incentive package?
So two separate things. So first, in terms of the inclusionary requirement, basically the same as it is now, except this increased threshold for inclusionary housing for townhome projects, for sale townhome projects specifically. And this came out of the additional feasibility work that the strategic economics group did to analyze how much affordable housing could be supported by different types of projects. And so we looked at the for sale condos, the for sale townhomes, as well as rentals. But my understanding right now is that the inclusionary housing for rental projects is just the in lieu fee.
And if I could just add on to that, Jean, and the difference then, Councilmember Stone, is that rather than apply it citywide, we would adjust those development standards in the NVCAP study area so that we can achieve the inclusionary requirements that Ms. Eisberg was just speaking about. Those same relaxed development standards don't apply citywide, and therefore it's not being contemplated beyond the NVCAP area.
Right, I understand that. Just trying to get clarification. This would be the first time that we would be using the Palmer fix. Okay, and why? And oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, but so I was correct on that. I know you were about to say something, so I wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, no, I believe that's correct. That's a correct characterization.
Okay, thanks. And then Jean mentioned it. My kind of second question here is why is the recommendation that we would only be requiring in lieu fees for rental units and not requiring those to be built on site?
Yeah. So again, Jean, you want to run that?
So part of it is that's the requirement now, and that was seen as still the feasible route forward based on that strategic economics analysis.
So ownership units result in a greater return, right, for a developer. The margin or the yield on cost is a lot lower for rental housing, and so we still see that it's challenging to include an inclusionary requirement for retail without more concessions. And our take on that is to achieve that, those concessions may go beyond what the council has articulated as palatable for this project boundary.
Okay, I understand the logic. I'm glad to see that we are finally implementing the Palmer fix. I think it needs to be citywide, but that's for another day, another discussion. I am concerned about. I've always had concerns about the in lieu fees, and I think especially in situations like this, developers are going to take the in lieu fee over the on site, and so we're really not going to have any affordable units, at least as far as rental goes in that area. So I encourage us to look into that a little closer. Another one, and this was brought up. I mean, the mayor kind of brought this up earlier. Several speakers mentioned as well. You know, I am deeply concerned about continuing to allow workforce housing, pretty much a kind of like the same level of incentives. Well, I guess let me pose this as a question first. Am I right in believing that there are the same level of incentives for workforce housing, 100% workforce housing, as there is with 100% affordable housing?
Rachel or Jonathan, I don't know the answer to that one.
So the concept. So no, I think that affordable housing has its own set of concessions that need to be granted to achieve that. It's a deeper, income restricted rent. So that has a different set of subsidies that are required, and you're not going to get subsidies for workforce housing. This notion of workforce housing is, as it was contemplated for the project that's been cited at El Camino and Page Mill Road, Oregon Expressway, was a concept that the city was willing to explore at that time as a pilot program. And I believe we've received some feedback. We've heard from council members and the community about the rental for that. And there's some concern about whether 140 or 150% AMI for studio, certainly for studios, but maybe for other units as well, may not be where we want to focus our energies. There's still an interest, I would think, on some level. Maybe we haven't figured out the formula yet to capture workforce housing that doesn't qualify at the 120% and below. There are other workforce needs, I would say, beyond that, but we're hearing clearly from the council and the community that the focus needs to be at a lower point. Jean, if you want to speak specifically to NVCAP and the workforce housing incentives that are being contemplated here, that'd be appropriate.
I think right now the program is only as detailed as it is in the report. So it's the idea is the density bonus program. We put out both workforce and affordable housing, but that's really the extent of the thinking right now. So if the council is not interested in pursuing the workforce housing, or if we want to put more parameters around it to prevent the type of sort of taking advantage that was alluded to earlier, then we could do that at this time as well.
So abandon or more parameters.
Okay, that's helpful information. I assume, Director Lay, when you talk about these external subsidies, you're meaning kind of outside of the city's control and more state and federal subsidies that are available for.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you. Sorry if I was unclear about that.
No, I just want that you. I mean, you are. I just wanted to clarify my own understanding of that. So, thank you. So yeah, no, I think just kind of following up on that idea, I'm glad to see we're still kind of early on in the development of this. I am so taking what you just said, Jean, and it seems like these incentives are the same. I am concerned that if the same incentives exist, now I don't see beyond some of these subsidies, I don't see much of an incentive for a developer to build 100% BMR housing for low income over building 100% workforce housing, which, as the mayor and some other speakers pointed out, Alto locale, I mean, that is essentially market rate housing. And so if I'm a developer trying to maximize my profits and trying to take advantage of some of these incentives, I just don't see where the affordable housing piece comes in. And so I do think it's worth pursuing the recommendation that Mr. Hitchings mentioned in his comments to just kind of look into scenarios where we may want to remove the workforce housing if we believe it's going to interfere with affordable housing production, which I believe the way it's structured now, it will. This is not to say I think we need to abandon the idea of workforce housing. I think it's still early on, and I think it's worth continuing to massage it around the edges. But for NVCAP, the way it's done, I'd like to see that further developed.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Stone. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. And thanks to the staff for their work fleshing out what the majority of the council asked you to do. I certainly appreciate you including the goals, and that's on page 182, project goals and project proposed objectives. And I'll just make my same plea I did last time for council members to go back and read what we asked for. In answer to Councilmember Du Bois' question about what my preferences are, they're not really my personal preferences. One of the objectives we had was to use data, and we received some data in the Finance Committee report for the 18th. Specifically, I'm referring to page 37. And it indicates, we did some polling and we asked people, what are their major concerns here in the city? And it's probably not a surprise. 4 out of the 5 of the top concerns are about housing and homeless people. So my primary objective is, and remains homes for people in this area, as it was at the beginning. It's interesting to go back and look because it actually, Park isn't listed on there. So perhaps it wasn't contemplated originally. That's something, does staff know when we added the Parkland? Because I don't see it on packet page 182. I'm not denying parks aren't important. I'm not saying I don't support parks in Ventura. I'm just wondering, when we changed our mind.
Claire or Rachel, do you guys know when the park was added?
Yeah, unfortunately, this project has been going on for a while, and the original staff are no longer with the project.
Okay.
That said, during my tenure, it's been pretty unanimous from the working group that parks are pretty top goal for that group. And so that kind of led that into the vision.
Okay, that's helpful. It's interesting for us all to reflect on the fact that we didn't include it at the beginning. So something for us.
Councilmember, if I might point out, I interpreted item number 4 there, community facilities and infrastructure, as including parks within community facilities. Anyway.
It's just something for us to reflect on going forward. And if staff could put up slide 10, please. And while you're doing that, I'm specifically interested in the affordable housing line. I just want to be sure I understand this. I'm pretty sure that it looked like we get 77 units of affordable housing. So let's wait till we get to slide 10 and see if that's right. Is that right? Is that what this will do? This will provide 77 units of affordable housing?
I believe it's 100. Jean, is
says-
that right on the top line there? The below market rate housing?
Right, that's the total inclusive of the 23 existing. And so that's just based on 15% of a total housing overall.
Okay, so 77 new units.
Right.
Okay, great. And then could you go to slide 11, please? So I think this is, this was not the headline of the report, but I think the 5th bullet here is the really important part of this. The redevelopment of the 2 largest sites that we were hopefully counting on for a whole variety of reasons is unlikely as proposed. Could staff please just elaborate a little bit on why that is and what it would take to get that to change?
So I can kind of start off, and then I think maybe some of their staff might have some other things to add on to it. But what we saw and what we've been in conversations with the 2 largest property owners, and that's 340 Portage and 395 Page Mill, is that really office is something that they would want to keep or build upon. And then with that, they could also make the housing pencil out. So that's really the critical piece for them, is without being able to put some office back into the development or the site, then there's no incentive for them to move from the position that they're at this point.
Okay, and so are we just back where we were when we had this discussion last time? It was options 3 in the 3 category that would be likely to create redevelopment of these sites?
Those are that is the alternative that provides incentive enough. It makes it feasible for the property owners to redevelop.
And those are the
What I might
ones, yeah, go ahead.
Say, Councilmember Cormack, a way to think about it is that there are sites that don't have, let's say, large amounts of office space. Maybe they're a small building with a parking lot around them. We've seen some PhDs, for example. I think those types of properties we would imagine might continue to turn over into housing or mixed use development, but some of those larger sites with larger amounts of office space would be unlikely to exchange office space for housing only.
Okay, thanks so much. I see that my time is up, and I think in the event there's a next round, I'll be interested in discussing how the city is going to pay for the community benefits that if we accept this alternative are unlikely to be provided. Thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think, I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking about this right now because I think we could talk about it for hours, but the whole redevelopment issue is, I really see this as actually very similar with the Mountain View North Bayshore plan, which is you have the clash between the property owners that have an economic incentive to maximize office space, and the city wants housing and other kinds of community uses, right? And those things don't work. And we're trying to figure out, okay, how can we do this in such a way that if we add office space, we don't add more housing demand than we actually create through the project?
And the economics to do that are really, really hard. And that's why Mountain View is stuck, and that's why we're stuck on this point. And so I think, that one it's going to take a lot more discussion than we're going to be able to have tonight. So that said, overall, I thought what we've got here in front of us is as much a set of guiding principles as an actual plan, and which I thought was a pragmatic and measured way to work our way through this, because it is complicated. I think a couple of general themes we ought to keep in mind is I think we ought to be thinking long term. Right? I think we ought to be thinking well beyond the current RENA cycle and so forth. I think we ought to be thinking of in terms of decades here, because what we do here is going to persist for and shape this neighborhood for decades. And that gives us latitude to implement pieces as land and money become available. We don't have to all get it done next year or the year after and so forth. So I think that's important. I also think we want to make sure that we sync, and it's a process, not an event, with the housing element working group and the housing element that's under development right now, because the play between what happens here and what happens to the rest of the city, they're not independent. Okay, and I also thought, and just briefly on the redevelopment point, the baseline here is, and this is kind of what alternative one did too. It said starting point was build on kind of the empty spaces as opposed to the redevelopment of the large parcels, which is more complicated, right? And so I think as a starting point, I think that makes sense. Okay, on individual things, how much time have I got left? 2 minutes here. Okay, I'll get as far as I can on this one. Just a handful of things. Well, I'll start here. I thought the park space, I think, is important. So that would be one of my top priorities. I think not just more, but where. I think we're going to have to figure out exactly where that is. Should it be over next to the Cloudera building? Should it be someplace else, and so forth? Should it be next to the creek? It's going to take money. I think we should consider amortization as a tool for that. Again, I think we should be thinking long-term. I'd rather have the park we want in 20 years than one we don't want in 5 years, right? I think as people have pointed out, and I agree, Ventura is an underserved neighborhood for these kinds of things. And so I think it makes sense to invest in this. So I think it will take money from a variety of sources. I do think we should do what council directed last year, which is this year, reconsider the park impact fees. We took an action item to do that in fiscal calendar 22, and I think that we should do that. I think it'll factor on this. Somebody in the public mentioned, I don't think we should rule out this area as a possible location for a gym. I think it's a much more shorter term kind of thing, but I think we shouldn't rule that out at this point. How much time have I got left? A minute. I agree with Hamilton Hitchings actually on retail. Like him, we're looking at a very small amount of retail, several thousand square feet, maybe 4 to 8 businesses. Doesn't seem to me like that's going to produce critical mass for a retail district. And CalAb is, 5 to 10 minutes walk or a couple minutes by bike away. So I wonder if the effort we're going to is really worth it, right? And I think, it's maybe we settle for a coffee shop or something like that. So I think, as we consider that, I think we should consider how hard a constraint that should be. And I also think we should. Also curious about what the economics, and there's probably not an answer to this right now, but what are the economics of building something that's 1 floor of ground floor retail plus 4 stories of residential versus simply 4 stories of residential? Right. Okay, and finally, I guess I'll close with the till the next round. The 3.4 jobs per 1,000 square feet of office space seems low to me too. I looked at the VTA report. I couldn't figure out exactly where the numbers came from. I wonder if that's maybe a county average, and I suspect it's a lot different in Gilroy versus the Mid Peninsula, for example. But 3.4 seems low to me. Okay, thanks. And I'll put my hand up for the next round.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to one comment that he made, which was just around kind of the economics of retail and the size of the units. And so I think Ms. Eisberg mentioned that often retail at the ground floor can be somewhat of a loss leader, and that is not even included as a part of the pro forma for the developments. And so to have it or not have it, I think it might be more, some would say it could be appropriate to think of it as an amenity versus as kind of
Right.
something that's driving their development.
Yeah, I saw that, and so I wondered about that. So thank you for bringing that up, because I saw that and I wondered about that too.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you for this report. I just have some questions here. On packet page 154, in the footnotes, it says that 1.23 persons per household sourced from the 2014-2018 American Community Survey 5-year estimate. Is that, would you consider that as up to date? Since the pandemic, there's been different changes. I mean, there's definitely been changes to population. So you're still using this figure from the ACS to determine residential population?
I think there's a footnote
How do you use
reference missing. So that should be footnote number 4, referring to housing units needed to support new jobs. So those are 1.23 employed residents per household, just to clarify.
The timing is not important for this consideration? The timing of this report?
That is the employed residents
That's
information.
the best data that we have available.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
So that's the best information available, even though potentially it could be not really reflecting what is the situation now. Is there a way to re-verify with the census or other organizations that might have better numbers?
Yeah, I think, certainly the pandemic has put a lot of our understanding of our community and our whole world really in flux, and who lives where and does what. I think it's challenging with a long range plan to update data continuously as time goes on, because we're, in year 3 of this process. And so if we constantly updated our data sources, I don't know how we would continue to proceed. We can look into that, but I don't know that we have more up-to-date data. We can look and see if new ACS figures have been issued, perhaps into 2020. But I would be, just like the pandemic is temporary, if when the pandemic is over, we may be still working on this project, and will we update it again? And so, what way does the council want to make their decision?
Okay. Well, that's a thought. Then I also wanted to find out, so I noticed that in the diagram showing the alternative, that Park Boulevard office and light industrial, how come some of the properties that are zoned or the parcels that are zoned GM and ROLM, why are those not developed into looking into what kind of potentially housing?
So I think we were following the motion from alternative 1, which for housing said follow alternative 1 and follow for office as well, follow alternative 1. So that's just being consistent with that motion.
I see. So I would encourage my colleagues to consider, those sites that are the GM and the ROLMs, especially along the Park Boulevard by the train station, by the train rail side. Potentially that could be for higher density over there, rather than stack everything right into the Portage side. The other thing that I wanted to find out, the staff's recommendation to lower the parking per unit is a move away from the Fears and Peers report, but also more dependent on public transportation. However, I am still concerned, that public transportation is not as robust as we'd like it to be. And so should public transportation to a certain site disappear, then what are the remedies? The building is there, people are there, but there's no parking space. And in my experience, even in the neighborhoods, there has been houses that's been rented to multiple people, with 3 bedrooms with 6 people in there, and most of them or all of them have cars, and so they're parked out on the street. So just because this is near transit, it doesn't really guarantee, and there's actually little enforcement to ensure that they are not owning a car, or that they are actually taking public transportation. Then, as one of the public members said, is that we're assuming that everybody is able-bodied and can walk or ride their bicycles. So I would take another look at that. And I see one more question is, Councilmember Cormack mentioned 77 units are BMR. And this is out of how many units? 530? So out of 530, 77 is below market, but below market at 100% AMI and 120% AMI?
That has not
Confirm
been
that.
identified. It's just a straight 15% takeoff on the total unit count.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, thank you. Let me see here. So I'll echo the comments about workforce housing. At this point, based on what we saw at Page Mill and El Camino, I'd really suggest removing those incentives. I don't want to support 70 feet for workforce housing. And just, kind of looking at the map on page 180. So is the idea that we would only allow 70 feet along El Camino? Or would it be anywhere that there's 100% affordable housing project?
Right now, the only location identified is the one El Camino. Part of that is related to the proximity to the R1 districts and the existing standards for height transitions, but something.
So the plan would kind of match this map.
That's right.
Okay. And again, I am a little bit concerned about the 70 foot on the little bit of Page Mill there. Page Mill is one of the view corridors in the comp plan. I think it's going to have a lot more impact if we go to 70 feet and we start going down Page Mill. Would there be an idea of additional setbacks if you were going to go to 70 feet? Again, we have kind of the example of Palo Alto Square, which is quite high, but obviously it's a much larger lot. But do you guys envision, having some step backs as the building goes up?
At this point, we're just kind of high concept, but we do mention in the staff report that we would consider objective standards in that situation for transitions.
Okay. Yeah, and when we get to the more
Design
detail,
standards like that would be forthcoming, and we can certainly take that down. Sorry, I was saying design standards like that would be part of the next part, but I think that's a great comment that we can take and incorporate into the design standards.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's specified, for 70 foot, you step back X feet from the property line. I also think, in the next version, having some things in there for gaps and trees on El Camino so that it's not just a canyon of unbreaking 50-foot walls. We do need to think about aesthetics a little bit in the plan. This is early concept, but and I also wanted to ask about the 55 feet. So again, from what you said before, I guess it would only be in the places where we're showing the ground floor retail. Is that right?
There are a couple of places. So yes, for the ground floor retail, trying to accommodate that first floor 15 feet. And then there's potential for some of the larger sites on the interior, again, taking into consideration those objective standards for height transitions as well.
I mean, if this is an incentive for retail, I think we need to deed restrict it to retail. I wouldn't want to see people take this incentive and then, convert the space to office space in the future. So I'd like to understand how that would work. In terms of parks and open space, I think we should have a goal of creating larger open spaces, not just a bunch of mini parks or balconies or rooftop stuff. I do support, I think, removing the in lieu option for the projects over 50 units. And so we actually require land for open space. And I'm personally concerned about connectivity. And so I think that Portage needs to be a street for vehicles as well. And so, thinking about that and thinking about open space, if we lost this idea of the bike path as a kind of a vertical open space, we need to come up with open space somewhere else. And I realize, it's a constrained space, but again, it's just my gut that we're going to end up wanting to have some vehicle pass through between El Camino and Park, and not have that all be on Olive, which is where the most residential homes are going to be. Well, I mean, the duplexes, I guess. And then I don't think we can ignore 395 Page Mill. It feels a little underdeveloped. I know, again, they came with a project, but I just think we should think some more about that space, even if it's going to take years to happen. And then I do want to say that I think the first time we talked about the Fares and Piers study was quite a long time ago. I think Councilmember Burt was on council from his previous term. And I think a lot of council members expressed concerns about that study, about the small data set, about some of the buildings that were not included that have been overparked. And so I remember last time we talked about the NCAP, the NV cap, I was actually suggesting we needed more parking for the 1 bedrooms, like 1.3 or 1.5 spots, but then capping it at 2 bedrooms or more. But again, I think there's I think you're hearing concern from council about underparking and, people with roommates and things. And then the last thought on part K of the original motion, I think part of the idea there was creating like an R&D zone of lower density office space. And I didn't really see that in the draft plan. And I know we looked at other cities and metrics, but I think we were specifically looking to have some lower density office space than normal in town. And so again, when we come back in the second round, maybe I'll talk a little bit more about that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for everyone's work on this. I've looked at this and here are my thoughts. So I think, first of all, in terms of office, I think that we should, I'm not necessarily in favor of amortization. I think we actually should be open to new office in the area, as well as allowing the current office use to help fund some of the uses that we desire. Because this is something we have to think about. It's like, how does this get paid for? And office is one way for that to happen. In terms of creek naturalization, in general, I like, trying to have more parks and things like that. So I think it's a good idea. But my concern here is really about usability. So I think, if it's just like, concrete walls or, I don't know, I guess I'm trying to imagine how will this be used? And also I'm kind of worried about, there's a lot of uses that we're trying to get out of these properties here around the space. I'm just trying to think about how this eats up into the property uses that we want. So I think this has to be thought about a bit more. And then in terms of reduced parking and multimodal incentives, I think that makes a lot of sense. So open to these ideas. And then in terms of alternative employment density metrics. So I'm seeing, at least among my colleagues, that there's a lot more hybrid, people are zooming in from home. So I think in terms of number of employees per square foot, I think this is going to be way down than what it was before. So I think looking at fewer employees per square foot or fewer jobs per square foot is probably the right direction. we could probably do more formal studies on this, but I don't see anything where there's more people per square foot. It's definitely going to be way less jobs per square foot, even perhaps way less in terms of just. I know some companies now have just decided that they're not going to have an office anymore. So, I think that the offices that do remain are going to be ones where people are just kind of on an ad hoc basis meet maybe once or twice a week, maybe 3 times a week at most. People are going to be more hoteling. So I don't think that there's going to be a lot of, but not like the old days when there's like a lot of physical people, a lot of jobs, a lot of cars, per square foot of office. So I think there should be an alternative employment density metric. It seems to make sense to me, and I think we can look at what's density looking like now, and as the COVID, hopefully we recover from COVID, and we can start looking to see what some of those metrics are looking like. But it's not looking like it's anything like it was before. So I think this could be reduced. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and wade in on a few things. First, just picking up on that question of the future trend on office occupancy. First, as a baseline, this VTA rate, I really think we need to re-examine that. I thought that the council had indicated that pretty strongly as a majority back when we reviewed this in September, and yet it's back again. Keith Rechtall provided 4 or 5 references, including the J. Paul consultant, and we have our own experiences. I just think that number is considerably off from recent historic practices. The question where we'll be going forward is an open one. I fully expect that as we have greater hybrid work, it'll mean that employers will be able to employ more employees per square foot that they occupy, and those employees will be occupying that same square footage on different days and in different combinations, but none of us quite know how that's all going to shake out. I want to touch on the Parkland issue, which I think is quite important. At first, it's a given on city policy, so I certainly thought it was implicit in the guidelines under the definition of community facilities and infrastructure. That's the way that the working group treated it, and has been essentially treated that way throughout the process through multiple council meetings. So I'm not quite sure that there is really any confusion there. Now, we do have the expansion of Boulware Park that is on the near horizon and is adjacent here. And I think that park, from kind of a traditional park type setting, will greatly serve this neighborhood. It's a block or 2 from most of this NVCAP area. And that opens up kind of our consideration of what type of parkland we would want to consider for more directly in the NVCAP. And I think that the whole concept of where we're headed on a naturalized, not only creek bed, but riparian corridor, where, and for those who don't know, that the diversity of our species is in the region is, I think, something like 90% of that lies in our limited riparian corridors. They're incredibly important. And we have generations of kids and adults who are living in an environment where they don't have a natural setting nearby. And for those of us who were able to walk a few blocks and walk down a creek bed or whatever, or have that experience, it is really important as we go forward to have take advantage of some opportunities that we have to restore natural habitats, and especially riparian corridors. We have that opportunity in the Boulware Park as well. And from a funding standpoint, we have a partner there, Valley Water, that has funding allocations that are for this type of creek restoration. I'm not saying that they'd be able to fully fund, but they're a significant study on the, or a potential partner. On the parking issue and Fair and Pierce, I do agree. First, I think Keith Rechtall provided good references that indicate that what we have in this recommendation is actually inconsistent with the Fair and Fair study. We heard that, okay, this is in adjacent to a TDM area, and I am actually quite supportive of strong TDM programs that certainly mitigate traffic. And then the question is, do we have studies that can validate that those same TDM programs will reduce car ownership? And I've not seen that, and I've seen some studies that were otherwise. And if there is a well-studied basis for these assertions, it's well overdue to provide that to the NVCAP group and to the council and to the Planning Commission and the public, so that we aren't hearing this conclusion, but we're hearing the basis for that recommendation. And as of now, I haven't seen a correlation between TDM efforts that would reduce car trips and what impact that has on car ownership. So I also have some additional comments for the next go round, but just want to let people know we had scheduled this till about 8:30. We have some time fudge. I'm not sure that the next item will take a full hour and a half, the long range financial forecast update, but just wanted to have people bear in mind that we're getting close to 9 o'clock. So if we can all be as succinct as possible, great. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, thank you. Let me weigh in a little bit on the discussion that we just had on office and so forth. You know, the challenge with using office projects to pay for housing projects, and especially affordable housing projects, is the challenge is to do it in such a way that you don't create more demand than supply. Okay, and especially when we're talking about affordable housing, right? Because to do that, that's like an addictive drug. Okay. Feels really good in the short term, but once that wears off, you're worse off. Okay, so I think we got to be really careful about that. And again, I kind of side with the mayor on the assumption about work from home and so forth. I think that assuming that because of work from home, companies are automatically going to buy twice as much office space as they actually need. Given the high cost of office space in Palo Alto, I think that's a risky planning assumption. Okay. On the topic of parking, I kind of agree on parking that we should be cautious about this. Not necessarily we shouldn't do it, because I think, you know, over parking or overly restrictive parking requirements are gonna hurt our ability to achieve our goals. But I think we need to tread a little bit cautiously there, right? If we can really get people to have fewer cars, okay, it's all good. Okay, but I think you know, we need to be fairly strong about that. I think so far the TDM concepts that we've talked about so far, and again it's early, are primarily effort based, and I don't necessarily think that's strong enough to get people out of their cars. And you got to also remember that the majority of future job growth in the region is not easily accessible by public transit from the NVCAP area. Some is, but an awful lot of it is not. Okay, so the downside of getting it wrong is that one, we're going to flood the Ventura neighborhood with parked cars overnight, and two, that we're not actually going to reduce car usage in what's supposed to be a transit-oriented district. So I think if we're going to consider changing parking standards, then I think we need a results-based approach to a protocol rather than an effort-based protocol, such as buying people go passes and stuff like that. I think we need stronger constraints that excess cars won't simply flood into neighborhood streets, because that defeats the purpose of both. So I think that's kind of a thing that we're going to have to develop if we're going to go down this path. And it may well be worth going down this path, but I think that's an important criteria to do with it. Okay, how are we doing in time here? I actually had a question that I'm not sure the answer is, but is there any part of the cannery building that actually needs to be preserved as a building? And I think maybe people know the answer to that I don't. Beyond that, yeah. So back on the topic of parks, I think we ought to. And I agree on the riparian, the creek restoration. I think that's important, right? And I think that's part of that. Again, looking at the long term, I think we ought to start thinking about. I mean, we say we want more parks. I mean, if we have this many people, 4 acres per 1,000 people is going to be 6.5 acres. But I think we got to sort of go, well, if we actually were going to try to do that, where exactly do we want that? And I think so that the next iteration of this process, not tonight, right? But we ought to have some preferred park locations, right? And I think we ought to be looking long term as, okay, if we have some preferred park locations, including the creek restoration, then what are the tools at our disposal? And again, thinking long term, purchasing, amortization, maybe there's other mechanisms as well. But I think we ought to take a long term look at that and start thinking about exactly where we want that. And then also, I think we need a strong protocol on to discourage excess overnight parking on streets. And then I also want to weigh on a workforce housing thing. I think and I don't think this is limited to just the NBCAP discussion. I think we need, as a city, to refine our definitions of affordable housing and workforce housing. And what exactly we mean by inclusion rates and so forth. I think that goes beyond just NBCAP. I think we should do that, in general, because I think there's and one more thing I wanted to say after this. Okay, if I can have another 30 seconds. And I think that vectors into the whole discussion of the 70-foot height limit for 100% affordable housing. I think under the right circumstances, that's potentially reasonable, right? But for the moment, I think we should still use the PHC process to approach that. I'm not sure we're ready to hard code it, okay? There's too much uncertainty around the definition of what constitutes affordable housing. Is it 80%? Is it workforce housing? What exactly are we talking about here? And the potential for us, getting stuff we didn't want is high. And then, of course, we can't ignore the interaction with state mandates, current and future, and we need to think through the process of how those will look too, because we may develop one set of design standards, and then something comes along from the states and makes it completely the opposite of what we intended, right? So I think we need to worry about it too. For the moment, I think a practical way forward would be to say, okay, we're gonna treat that through the PHC process until we sort of congeal our understanding of this a little better. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So just to talk about the creek there, I just, may I share my screen?
Good with me. If
Can you see this?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
I don't know if the clerk is able to provide. There we go. I think it's coming up. There we go.
Okay, thank you. So this is in the staff report, and my concern, and I agree with the mayor as well as with Council Member Phil, says that naturalizing the creek is such, the experience for the kids and for everybody to enjoy, as well as the biodiversity, is extremely important, right? But in naturalizing this part, my concern is the amount of newly acquired park that we're going to be getting and how it may take away from it. So unless we actually have more parkland identified elsewhere that would make up for it, then I would really hate to lose parkland for Ventura, especially parkland that people that is usable. So this is one concern that I have, and I would like to see that the national standards for parkland is actually revisited and actually put on a higher priority so that Ventura can get its share of open space and in parkland, not in these bicycle paths that are called wolf nerds, or I might be saying it wrong, or balconies or plazas. Parkland is parkland, and it's very different. And if anybody has experienced Matadero Creek over by Ballpark, you would see how many of the residents enjoy it, and that's a place that they go and visit. So I would encourage actually looking at what is right amount of parkland for Ventura and at this site, which is why I wanted to bring emphasis to all the parcels that's on the other side of Park Boulevard by the train tracks. The other thing is, as we're talking about parking, I just also want to point out that a lot of the apartment buildings, especially a lot of them are doing it now, be it older or newer. I will stop sharing and then go back. Be it newer or older, are unbundling their parking so that a renter who rents an apartment pays a rental fee for the unit itself. Then a fee for parking space is optional, but that if they want a parking space, they're going to have to pay rent for their parking space. So that's another amount that's added to their rent. And that includes a pet. If they have a dog or a cat, that's another fee that is added to their rent. So, pets are different pets, but when we start talking about parking, that's another factor that needs to be taken into consideration, that the cost goes up, which has an impact on affordability. Then on the historical component of this, of the cannery, I believe that it is actually hugely important, as members of the public have mentioned, and I think it has a huge contribution to, from the Asians towards the economy, as well as to employment, to the jobs matter here in this valley. So I am still trying to determine whether cutting off any portion of the building would render the building no longer historical, or if the historical resources, since there was a report on this, has already been identified, so a motion of overriding concerns would have to be made in order to demolish or renovate. Is that so?
Councilmember, I think what you're referring to with the building is that it was identified as historically significant for events and persons, which is its role in the Valley of Hearts Delight and the economy, and particularly the entrepreneur and owner, Mr. Foon Chu, and his role. And so that's part of why one way to honor the site can be through a variety of interpretive exhibits or other ways to bring that history to the forefront. And then there were a couple parts of the building, in particular the monitor roof portion, that were actually significant. And so the building itself is not architecturally significant from a historical perspective, but in terms of the events and the activities that went on there, that's part of its significant. So there would still need to be, for kind of demolition of a portion or all of the building, a statement of overriding considerations as part of the CEQA process for that type of let's say deconstruction to occur. So I don't know if that answers your question. But that would be something that the council would have to consider.
Okay, thank you. It does. And then also, I do want the public to hear this, which is important. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry I'm over time, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So I always appreciate Councilmember Philstead's comments. I wanted to respond to a few of them. Thanks for the admonition that we think long-term. That's a good reminder. And I think we might be losing that a little bit in our exhaustive review of some of these things at such a micro level of detail. I will say that if the method of funding affordable housing is an addictive drug, then I think we are in withdrawal because we don't have developments coming through to refill our affordable housing funds. So those are strong words, but we're definitely in the withdrawal phase, and that I think is really the challenge that the grand jury and the community, frankly, are bringing to us, is to say how do we speak with our community about what it takes to pay for this, and then retail. I agree with you. I also think that if we put the retail on El Camino, then it's actually less walkable for the people who are living in the interior. And are we trying to encourage people then to park off of El Camino? I just think we should reflect on where exactly we want the retail to be easiest for people to access it and create that sense of community we're hoping for. And it's possible it's not on the, on El Camino itself. So I appreciate those comments. I wanted to respond to some of them. Exceptional bike facilities. I do want to take a moment to thank staff for these. So thoughtful about charging e-bikes, right? About how much space are we going to need to park some of the cargo bikes, the things that, we've talked about, I think in the SCAP that, they look like practically like vehicles. I think these are really, on beyond just sort of hoping that people will ride their bicycles instead of take cars. So I really appreciate that that specificity and thinking. I think it really helps everyone imagine what this environment might be like and how people might get around. And then I did want to, as I said, I would come back to page 177. So while we're having this lovely discussion about naturalizing the creek, which I was a big fan of from the beginning until, as I recall, the first time we went through this, we talked about how much it would cost. Can staff talk with us about the things that we're hoping to have and what they might cost? So I see on the map, we talk about having a bond in order to get the park. I see on page 177, it says public subsidy likely required. What are we talking about? If we naturalize the Matadero Creek, which sounds absolutely lovely, what ballpark are we talking about?
So I think the creek study does kind of quantify that number, although
just remind me, it's been a few years.
Although we believe that it is kind of under, it's not an accurate a number. So it's not one that we feel really trustworthy about using.
Okay. We would take it as a minimum and add whatever cost escalations have happened since 2018 or 2019 when it was performed. So it's only getting more expensive.
16 million.
I want to say it was 16 million. Yeah.
16 million. Okay. 16 million plus a lot. Okay. All right. That's a big number. How am I doing on time? Okay. So that's, this is a legitimate concern. On one hand, I know one of the public commenters said we had high hopes. I don't want to get people's hopes even higher unless this ends up being part of our capital infrastructure plan, unless we end up thinking about, how we're going to fund the Parks Master Plan overall, which could include, a new gym that's donated or maybe a new gym that we pay for or other things. So I just want to be sure if we're thinking long term that people aren't expecting, that creek to just happen pretty soon, because that's a really big number. Okay. And then does staff want to put up, oh, only 20 seconds left. Okay. The one thing I'm confused about this evening is the difference between the staff's request to discuss amortization and the strict admonition in the staff report that it would be premature to do so. So which is it? Is it premature to discuss amortization as the staff report indicates, or did you want feedback?
I'll take that one, Sheldon. I think the note was that it may be premature to discuss amortization relative to the 340 Portage site because of the previously mentioned ad hoc Sobrato negotiation that is ongoing.
Okay.
There may be a time to revisit that. However, with respect to the other properties in the NVCAP boundary, we would appreciate council direction on to what extent other properties should be we should be looking at possibly changing the underlying zoning and seeing some of those uses transition out.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to kind of continue where the Vice Mayor left off as far as the Cannery building and adaptive reuse there. I know I've spoke at length in the past on the importance for me of preserving that building, so I won't get back onto my soapbox again regarding that. I do think, though, adaptive reuse is we need to continue to really pursue that strategy. I mean, there's so many other communities around California and the world that have found really creative ways to be able to do this. And so I think we are missing a unique opportunity here to be able to honor the incredibly rich, diverse history that is here in Palo Alto, and also really expand and provide an interesting opportunity for not only the residents of Ventura, but also the city as well. So either making that a retail destination or whatnot. I was really happy to see in the staff report the mentioning of creative arts at the Ash office building. I think that's great. So I'm excited to see what else maybe we can do with the Cannery building. I know, Ms. Tanner, you mentioned beyond preserving the building, maybe plaques and other exhibits. You know, I think there's just you can't replace a historical building. I mean, to me, that really is just kind of lived history that we can all see and appreciate, and placards and exhibits. It just doesn't do it justice. And I think we're going to really lose a large part of our history if we don't. So I once again, just really encouraging us to pursue that as much as we can. On to the winding the creeks. Yes, very, very in favor of that, and trying to provide as much parkland for Ventura that has been historically just underserved there. I agree with Councilmember Filseth as far as really kind of the long-term plan on this. And I did like what he said. I'd rather have a really good open space and parkland 20 years down the road than more in the immediate 5. I do think that trade-off makes a lot of sense, and finding ways to really just improve our tree canopy in this area. I don't know if any of you saw the San Jose Mercury news story today about the declining tree canopy in San Jose, but that's really alarming. City officials there are trying to figure out what's happening. I think that just needs to be a wake-up call for us to recognize we need to continue to be vigilant and do more and more to be able to provide that open space. And if there's anything this pandemic has taught us, beyond many things, is really the importance of open space and how much people have desired that open space here in town. Let's see, what else do I want to talk about here? I guess going to the parking requirements, I thought there was a lot of interesting discussion there, and I completely align my thoughts with the mayor, and I think Councilmember Filseth as well here. As far as just a lack of data that really seems to support the recommendation that's coming forward. But I would like to see staff's kind of response here. I mean, can we point to any examples along the peninsula or any, I mean, really just anywhere that has really shown success in lowering vehicle ownership by lowering parking requirements and offering similar multimodal incentives as being proposed here.
So we do have somebody from our Office of Transportation, Sylvia.
I think I'm going to have to answer this together with the transportation consultant, Jean. But there's a very interesting study that was done in 2019 and reported out in 2020 before the pandemic that was done in San Francisco, and it was a randomized. It was a below market rate housing lottery, and they looked at what the residents who were randomly assigned into different places throughout the city, they looked at what their behavior was based on the amount of parking that each housing development had. You know, like some places had lower parking requirements and others had larger parking, more generous parking requirements. And you can look at, we can send you the study. You can read it yourself. But it was very clear that housing developments with more generous parking requirements generated more car ownership, more driving, less transit use. And Jean, did I cover all the things? It was pretty extensive study.
Yep, that's right. Those are the top line results.
Yeah, that'd be helpful if you could send that. Thank you for that response. Yeah, I would caution, I think a study like that in San Francisco with far greater walkability, well, maybe not bikeability, but well, they're improving there, but also just greater transportation is far different than a situation like here in Palo Alto. I really don't know anybody who doesn't own who doesn't really own a car or require that to be able to get around still here along the peninsula. So, but I'm happy to. I'd love it for you to be able to read that on my own in my own time. I see I am out of time, so thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'll go up next, and because of time, try to rattle off some points. So first, on the parks, I think that we need to look at the adequacy of the impact fees, as was stated. I also don't think that things like wilderness are parkland, and I thought we had discussed that at the last meeting, and I hope we can get these adjustments to having parks, our definition of parks in this plan align with what we normally construe to be parks. I do want to say something on the workforce housing. That missing middle has been actually our most challenging income category to be able to provide housing for decades. And I do believe that it will require subsidies to be able to meet that. Now, we may not qualify currently for the state and federal subsidies, although maybe those things will be recognized in the future. But different forms of subsidies, whether it's incentives or financial subsidies or land subsidies like we have at the courthouse, something's going to have to be done to be able to incentivize that. But once again, it's not a question of miniaturizing workforce housing, I don't think. I do want to support the concept of rooftop gardens as another way to have really shared open space, even if it's private open space. I did want to note on this issue of how much and where we should have retail. So retail on El Camino, I don't think was ever construed to be part of a retail district for this neighborhood. El Camino retail has always been, and I think will remain, more often a car destination retail of certain sorts that people tend to drive to for. And I don't think it's going to be part of a new cluster of retail that's neighborhood serving. And I agree that this area is close to Cal Ave, and that would be the bulk of the retail and retail services that would be for this new neighborhood. I do think that we need to increase our attention to how we make the walking corridor and the riding corridor between this neighborhood and Cal Ave improved. And so just saying they're close, but they don't work very well to walk from one place to another retards use of that from by pedestrians. And then let's see, on the question of the 70-foot height, certainly like others, I'm more receptive to a height allowance for 100% affordable projects than market rate projects. I didn't recall this council having recommended a 70-foot limit. And so I don't know where that came from. And I'm concerned when we get back things as recommendations that weren't reflective of what we recommended. And the other concern that was alluded to, I think, by Councilmember Philseth is that we need to be concerned on state bonuses and incentives, including in particular for affordable housing, where we may say whatever height limit we have or density, and that's not in the end what we end up having. So we liberalize it and think that, yes, we're willing to stretch the boundary for affordable housing. And the next thing we know, that's not what is being mandated. So I think that's very important. I will want to say under the current plan, the table that showed 77 net new units, 100 new units from the 15% inclusionary housing, the report included areas where it's 15 to 20%. But on top of that, that doesn't consider any 100% affordable projects. It won't be built by market rate developers like was suggested. They'd be built by affordable housing developers, and that's how they'll be able to subsidize those kinds of projects. And I think that we're likely to see some of that as we have provided these incentives, because it makes this more feasible for them. Let's see, that I think covers things. I am interested in seeing this parking report. We also have seen that certainly our affordable housing projects over decades have been lower parking in Palo Alto than market rate projects, and been able to be successful in adequately parking those. But that's not what was proposed to us, affordable housing projects having reduced parking. It was proposed to include market rate projects where people have discretionary income and maybe a lot less willing to give up their cars. This concept of, do we create a financial incentive by reducing parking, that we have people who, that we disincentivize having more people in housing units, shared roommates and things because of that parking limitation? That's an interesting thing that I think we have to consider. So Councilmember Du Bois.
Mayor, if I can, I just want to note
sure.
that Part E of the motion had us have the 50-foot height limit except for 100% affordable housing. So that's where that 70-foot bonus that was discussed before just continued to be part of the proposal.
Oh, I understand that we said more, but we didn't say 70. That's what I was saying.
But that's what we presented last time, was 70. And so we assumed that since 70 was what was presented,
I see.
that's what the
Okay.
council was endorsing. If it's a different height, we would just need to know what that is.
Okay, well, if we meant 70, I think we would have said it last time, but we were open to some. And I think that the question was, what's the calculation that allows maybe one more story as opposed to setting that as a given height? So if, is it 5 stories? Is it 4 above retail? Is it 6 stories of pure affordable? I think that's a more meaningful feedback to see what do we get for a given height and where do we draw the line?
We can certainly go over that, the building typologies, if you'd like us to, when you have time.
Great. Well, I think we'll need to do that as a follow-up, but I think that's what we're more focused on, rather than setting a height limit and having somebody squeeze it up to the top height limit. Let's figure out how many stories we're trying to incentivize for, in particular, affordable housing, whether it has retail or whether it doesn't.
Mayor, if I may, just another sort of parallel conversation to this. And if we're talking about affordable housing, there are some state density bonus requirements, including some super bonuses that would allow, I believe it's 30 feet additional height to the base zoning due to this project's proximity to Caltrain. I believe that applies to 100% affordable housing. I have to double check the income restrictions there. So we just, yeah, we'll take a look at that. I'm hearing your comments, and we'll need to just understand where state law is and how we might be able to create some incentives if we want to direct folks into a certain path, as we've done with the housing incentive program, which you're familiar with.
And what you cited makes us need to be thinking through what that base height ought to be.
Right. And so we would create that as an alternative to state density bonus. So it's not our new height plus, additional height.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I think you just clarified one of my questions was exactly that. Like under the specific plan, we would define city incentives and they would have to choose between that or the state, but not both, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They could choose together.
I mean, I guess let's start there. I mean, I agree with the mayor's comments there. I was a little surprised at 70. And I do think, be interesting if an additional floor is enough of an incentive. Because part of the motion back then, back in September, was to try to maintain the 50-foot height limit. And one thing I wanted to delve into just a little more deeply was on the retail going to 55. Maybe it's time to also update the height allowed for rooftop equipment. I think we're currently at 15 feet on top of that. And I think we've heard and discussed in the past that builders are saying, with modern equipment, they could do it with less. And so, maybe it's again part of the detailed plan. If you go for this 15-foot and 55-foot retail incentive, you reduce your rooftop equipment height to 5 feet or something instead of another 15 feet on top of that. And then, I didn't really say it the first time around, but I do think we got to keep in mind that many of these areas are RM30 zoned or residential zoned, and we do need to still think about the role of amortization as a key tool. Again, I texted the clerk a potential motion. I'll try to get it out there since we're getting late. But again, basically, the motion is, and Leslie, I don't know if you got it yet, but that we would confirm the direction for the preferred plan for the NVCAP with some additional considerations. That we would define a low density R&D zone that would limit employment density. We would consider 1.3 parking spots for a 1-bedroom going up to 2, and also consider mechanisms to discourage street parking. I'm open to better ways to address the parking issue. That you would need to deed restrict retail to get the 15-foot first floor incentive. That we would either eliminate the workforce housing incentives or propose incentives separate from the affordable housing, and at the same time redefine the qualifications for workforce housing. And we develop preferred park locations for a larger park space. And then again, I'm open to something around this 70-foot limit if anybody has an idea or wants to propose something.
I am not yet hearing of a second.
Okay.
And can I ask staff, because the staff recommendation was that the council review and confirm direction. And so is staff looking for these whatever kinds of refinements in a motion, or was does the discussion not give enough clarity?
I would say, I think there's a couple ways to take a look at it. So in the items that are listed, there's those boxes that kind of have a summary, and maybe we can bring up the slide. I think we have a final slide that does enumerate those points, And so perhaps it would be that for the most part, kind of saying, yeah, yes, we confirm those, or here's how we might tweak those or take that out. And then some areas that we certainly maybe we're kind of an either or, the amortization, the creek studies certainly we're kind of a little bit places where we might need some more stronger direction. And hearing some things tonight, for example, like not wanting 70 feet for affordable housing bonus, things like that, we would just need to make sure we're getting those refined. I don't know if that helps, Mayor Burt.
I think so. And Councilmember Du Bois, can maybe if the clerk can pull back up your proposed motion, there were parts of it that I might be willing to endorse, and then we may need to add some of these other things that Ms. Tanner was referring to. So I'm glad you brought up the low density R&D zoning. It was something I neglected to mention because we have true hardware R&D, and we have a major tenant there at 340 Portage right now that is truly that. What we want to do is not have a mission slip where that we allow one thing and next thing we know we have double the occupancy as a new tenant comes in that same space. So I think it's a really important way to address that, to embrace what is a really good use and make sure that that's the sort of density we're looking at. On the parking, we said that we wanted to see more data, and this is kind of leaping to a conclusion without the additional data and the study that staff is going to provide us. And so I have reservations about their proposal, but
I'm open to change. This was from back when we looked at the study the first time, but I didn't want to just accept it as is, so I'm open to modification there.
Yeah, and there was, as I recall, there was I'm trying to find the location, but there was a reference that I think it was once it went from parking per bedroom to parking per unit, and I think per bedroom is the more appropriate way to go, at least in the one studio 1 and 2 bedrooms. If you have 3 bedrooms and perhaps you're going to have kids, but you don't know if it's roommates, then that may change on the formula. And I'm good with C. So on B, I would just maybe for the time being leave that off and have it pending staff providing information, and then maybe it'll get that could be. Does this go back to the Planning Commission at all? Is there any intention to have that on the horizon, or is it out of that loop?
Nope. Yeah, we definitely need to go back to the Planning Commission to get their recommendation.
Well, then why don't we instead put in here to refer to the Planning Commission for an evaluation of appropriate parking requirements? Would that be adequate?
For B?
I think I'm sorry, and maybe I can't see Rachel on my screen here, if or Jean. I think council, we're going to need some, yes, it needs to go back to the Planning Commission, but I would see that as a later step down the road. What we're hoping to do is starting to get our consultants to now do a little bit more deeper analysis on this. And so understanding where the council is relative to parking is going to weigh into the pro forma analysis and that we will need to study.
Yeah, as of right now, we've got staff saying that they have one study of affordable housing parking requirements that they believe sheds light on this. It doesn't sound like it provides insight on market rate, and we haven't seen any of that. So I don't know.
Well, it also seemed like a fairly substantial flip to specifying maximum parking allowed versus minimum, which
Yeah, I think perhaps if I may, and Ms. Iceberg could weigh in on this. We did look at the fear and peer study. That's certainly one route to go. It might align with letter B here. And then if council's interested in either exploring through the studies that we do with our consultants on looking at the other proposal, just for the sake of exploring what that would be, or again, just kind of saying, let's go with what the Fear and Peers had recommended. That could be, another
I'm really
options that
inclined to
both
wanting
have
the
good reason.
Planning Commission to do a deep dive on this. Where they immerse themselves in this and understand it and come back with recommendations. So as much as I understand why staff would like to get greater clarity, I don't think we're in a proper position to provide that based on the information that we have at our disposal. And I'm really looking forward to the Planning Commission getting back into a role of looking at certain issues with depth, and maybe whether through a subcommittee or whatever, but really diving into issues. So I think I would like to ask the Planning Commission to make recommendations on the parking based on the Fair and Pierce study and other references that are available.
I'd like to keep the last part of B and consider mechanisms to discourage street parking.
Oh, sure, that's fine.
And again, what I heard Councilmember Filseth articulate a couple of times was, if there's strict TDM, if the building wants to go low parking, they can't just flood the neighborhood.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm good with that part. So I would just say refer to the PTC for full analysis of appropriate parking based upon the Fair and Pierce study and other studies, and to what word we lose? Oh, and to review or consider mechanisms to discourage street parking. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I think you wanted that and other studies. It was just deleted.
Yeah, we'll get that in there. Okay. And then
let's get that. Let's just fix this.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mayor, Mayor, are you seconding the motion?
Yes, I'm going to second the motion based upon agreed upon changes.
And I'm checking in with staff, just trying to get a sense for timing. So sequentially, the sequence of where we were and where we're going. We've had working groups discussions. You've received public testimony about the working group. There's a lot of different perspectives on that. We presented some recommendations and went through a number of public hearings before the PTC, and we got a recommendation from the PTC. We presented that to the council early last year. The council reacted pretty strongly to that recommendation. We came back and got some additional feedback from the city council, which was enumerated in the presentation and in the staff report, the 12 different items. We went back and we responded to that motion as best we could, hoping to fine tune that to send us on a trajectory now to engage our consultant and to develop a preferred plan. My concern, and I appreciate that maybe there's not enough information here to adjust the parking standards, but my concern is asking us to go back to the Planning Commission now to do the type of analysis. There's two thoughts I have. One, and maybe staff can chime in. The Planning Commission may have already made a recommendation on parking. One. Two, if you're asking us to go back to do more study with the PTC, my guess is they're going to ask for more study, more analysis, a report, hiring consultants, doing
well, I'm not sure on the consulting side. I mean, what we've got is we've got the Fair and Pure study, and we have concerns whether the recommendation we received tonight was consistent with the Fair and Pure study. And then staff and the consultant alluded to a San Francisco study that I'm not sure any of those parties that you've referred to were ever provided this over the last several years. And then we get a recommendation that is kind of outside of the ballpark of what we were conceiving. We could just shoot from our hip tonight and give you what Councilmember Du Bois was recommending, or try to have something that is more based on good analysis that you claim exists, or your consultants claim exists. And I'm thinking that the best party or body to do that is the PTC. So I understand that interest in moving the ball down the field, but if you push the council into just shooting from the hip tonight, it's probably not the recommendation that you would agree with or come close to agreeing with. And I'm not sure it's going to be the best outcome. So that's why I'm hesitant to just include what's up there in B. It's a long ways from what you were recommending. I'm trying to figure out how we move forward with something that is more fact-based.
I mean, maybe we can limit, this is a pretty limited referral to the PTC, I think.
That's what I thought. I was only looking at that aspect to the PTC.
But it would need to be held to that, basically. I hear Director Lake kind of worried that it would expand scope there, but
I got a lot of things that I'm worried about. But I'll try to keep it contained to this. I do think that, I mean, the recommendation is, or the comment in the staff report, the idea of the 0.5 per unit was based on, you know, for all the reasons that you've heard. I don't feel like we are, we want to present that as we feel like, you know, that's part of our responsibilities to share options, but it is a stretch, and you know, we recognize that, and so you know, I would, you know, I'm interested in finding out where we can do something that is within the comfort zone of the city council, and then we can do our analysis to see how we can achieve what that is. Maybe there's a parallel track that we can go on where we start with B and refine it. If it can be refined, but at least we have some kind of a basis to fall back on. And maybe that gets adjusted through some limited engagement with the PTC on that, because I don't know that the PTC is going to be convinced by the one study from San Francisco. And frankly, there's just not a lot of data out there
and a deeper analysis, the Fair and Peer study too. I think I'm concerned.
How do we do that, right? I'm
looking at it more. I mean, the way it was characterized in the staff report is not my understanding that what the study was really saying. That the recommendation that we got tonight was supposedly, according to the staff report, was based on the Fair and Peer study, and I don't get it.
Well, with these other TDM measures, which we're hearing from the council, we're not buying that yet. And so, and I think that's okay, right? I think we're, you know, we again, we're checking in. We stretch too far in this one area. We're dialing it back, and through the course of our plan development, maybe there's an opportunity for us to continue to question ask this question and get feedback from our consultants. From the PTC, but I'd rather approach it from, we got a baseline that we can go forward with, whether it's B or some other modified number in B, while testing these maybe more lenient parking standards concurrently. That's the way that we're going to
go. I'm not sure about the 1.33. So if it was, maybe the recommendation was 1.0, for a one bedroom, I'm a little more comfortable. As I've stated, I'm more open-minded to incorporating TDM measures as a reduction, certainly for traffic impacts and perhaps for parking, but not on faith.
Right. Understood.
Yeah. Okay. So Councilmember Du Bois, are you hearing what Director Late's saying? Are you okay with the kind of the tentative, non-binding on B is to have 1.0 for the one bedroom?
So yes, but how do B and C interplay with each other?
Yeah. So should Director Late, if we said in parallel,
yes,
refer to the PTC for this, is that?
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then when we engage the PTC, question for the maker and the seconder is, do you want us to report in and check back in with the councils with the findings from the PTC and their recommendation? We can do that and focus on that discrete piece while we're still working on the project.
Great.
Okay.
I think and then, yeah, I'm okay with the rest, I guess. So I'll second.
And the part I didn't clarify was the 70 feet. If you want to do something different.
So I would say maybe add on an F to say include 100% affordable housing project height limits based upon the height necessary for the minimum height necessary, maybe because we want to keep it constrained, for a five-story retail affordable housing project or a 6-story non-retail affordable housing project. And Director Late, how does that sound?
I think to the clerk, it was non-retail affordable housing project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's sold. Okay. So that's my second.
Can I go back to the parking?
Yeah.
So I'm understanding that the PTC made the recommendation way back when for alternative B, and that included a parking ratio of one space per unit, allowing that to be unbundled. We can go back
per unit, regardless the number of bedrooms.
Yeah.
I would not agree with that.
Let me ask my staff to verify that, or Jean, do you have?
That's correct. And I think what Ms. Eisberg also added was that what the Fear and Peers did recommend is the 1 space per studio or 1 bedroom and 2 spaces per 2 bedroom or larger. And so the further study would kind of just continue to look at that recommendation and understand if there's anything else that could be developed.
Yeah, and I don't know whether the Fair and Pure study had any distinctions on locations at all.
What?
Yeah. Okay. So and we're saying that this is tentative. You wanted something that you could begin to put more meat on the bone with.
Yeah.
And
so we will start with this and see if it adjusts up or down as we go forward. But it at least gives us something to react to.
Okay.
So just a quick comment. Thank you for accepting or seconding the motion. I do want to thank staff. I think you took the last meeting we had and really came back and it's starting to feel like it's coming together. So even though we spent a long time talking about these tweaks, thank you all for your work on this.
Appreciate that. Maker and Seconder, there are a couple, there's at least 2 other areas where it would be helpful for us to get some direction, and that's on amortization. And just reiterating for us your intent on the creek option. It sounds like we're still heading toward the full naturalization, the what would have been presented previously as option 3. But I did hear some of your colleagues note concern about the implications of that to Bulwer Park. And so I just want to make sure that we're understanding that.
You say implications to Bulwer? I'm not quite following that.
To implement option 3, which is expanding the right of way and doing this more full naturalization because of the hydrology, which I will immediately acknowledge I'm not an expert on. There are some upstream adjustments that need to be made, including taking some current parkland and having it accommodate. Well, we need some parkland to widen the.
It would still be parkland. It would be just a different.
It would be, that's right. It would be part of the creek.
Got it.
I tried to include the creek in E by just saying that we want to prefer larger park locations in the creek. I was maybe making the jump that the creek would be part of the park.
So Councilmember Du Bois, what if we add clarification on E to say, continue to explore naturalization of the creek consistent with option E3. Is that correct, Director Late?
That would be the full expanse of the options.
Yep, and it's an exploration of it. It's not, decisive, but that direction we'd be going.
On
sorry.
amortization, what are you looking for, Jonathan? Just the council's supportive of that as a tool, or would it be built into the plan?
So if we're trying to sort of imagine the long view here, 15, 20 years out, and if we if we don't explore changing our base zoning standards and having uses transition out, and specifically commercial or R&D uses transition out, they probably are not going to transition out on their own because of the rent that office generates in the city. So if it is our long view interest to see housing instead of office or R&D at these properties, there's probably going to have to be some initiative by the city to effectuate that change.
I thought okay with the mix tentatively that has been proposed there, and that Vice Mayor Koo and Councilmember Du Bois are discussing with Sobrato within that framework. So I wasn't looking to, at this point in time, move beyond that, unless you're looking for an affirmation that if we couldn't come up with an agreement that we'd amortize, if that's what you're looking for.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually looking beyond 340 Portage and wondering if there's other properties that ought to be that we ought to be changing the base zoning. I've heard about GM properties on Park and some others.
Okay, well, we didn't really go into details there. I'm not close to that, but I just don't feel prepared to make specific recommendations there.
Well, can I dive in on this a second?
Maybe there's a different way of saying the same thing. Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, I think part of it is that, if you have an office that is there and it is not amortized out, it could just continue being a legal non-conforming use in perpetuity. And that could be fine. But if an idea is to explore actually ending those uses, we would just want direction to do that as part of the plan.
Yeah,
Sorry,
we hadn't really talked about ending those uses, but let me say, so that Councilmember Du Bois had spoke to him. I don't need to speak further to my second, and then let me call on Councilmember Philseth responding to the motion, and if he wants to recommend any amendments, you can do it that way. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. So I was thinking beyond 340 Portage, and so let me throw out an example of the kind of thing, and I want to throw this out as a hypothetical example, as opposed to people jumping up and down and saying, "Oh my God, they're coming for my property here." Okay, but we should consider something like, for example. Okay. Let's say that we decided that we wanted to not only fully naturalize the creek, but also extend the park area westward. Okay. And so there are some small parcels, office parcels on the west side of Ash Street, okay, of a few thousand square feet each. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that we wanted to rezone those PF and amortize those so that 25 years from now, we would extend Boulware Park across the street and pick up those as well. Just as an example of the kind of thing we might do. If we had an interest in that, what kind of direction does staff need from us to consider such a thing?
Rachel, can you take that?
I think I think that direction would be helpful. Whether it's that, yes, we want to look at, let's use that example, to identify parcels that could be amortized in order to provide park space if it was that specific. I think one theme that we were trying to understand how to interpret that we've heard from council is a desire to have fewer offices. And that could either be just like no more new offices or get rid of existing offices. And so we're just trying to understand exactly what does that mean to do.
So I think what it means to me, again, you got 7 people on council here, right? But I don't think any of us is opposed to offices and want to actively reduce the number of employees in Palo Alto and actively reduce the amount of office space in Palo Alto. I don't think any of us wants to do that, right? What we need is, there's only so much land and we want some for park space and housing, right? Because that's what the community needs are, right? And we also don't want to do that by increasing the office space, because usually you end up creating more demand than supply when you do that, because of the way the economics work, okay? So it's not an anti-office kind of thing. It's just, we need to get some land here, right? And so I think that's sort of the intent here. And also, I thought staff's suggestion as well, we could amortize parcels over 5,000 square feet, for example. I thought that was a helpful way to think about it. But, a parcel, if we want to amortize if we want some more park space, okay, there are places in NVCAP where, we could amortize a 5,000 square foot parcel, but it's probably not very useful for park space. So why would we do that, right? Whereas if we decide, here's where we think park space really needs to look like in the year 2060, okay? Then you say, okay, what's that land being used for now? And if we were gonna rezone it TF, how much needs to be amortized? So I think we ought to drive it that way, as opposed to, as a blanket, we need to get rid of office space kind of thing.
So what do we do tonight?
Yeah, so what do we do tonight?
I might rephrase what I heard from you, Councilmember Fulseth, is to say that we would follow the alternative that like no new offices are allowed. So if you have an office today and you knock it down tomorrow, you can't rebuild that office because your underlying zoning is changing to a different use, but that we would not pursue amortization just wholesale of all offices in the NVCAP. And it would, over time, there would be attrition as projects turn over.
Well, do we mean no new office? Can I ask clarification? Do we mean no new offices or no additional office space? So if somebody has an existing
I would have said
office,
additional. I would have said additional. So like one of the property owners wants to combine several of their existing disparate parcels into one at the same size. That seems a reasonable thing for me, right? I mean, it doesn't, right? So I think additional is sort of the sensitivity here.
One said that there'd be no new offices, and once you lose your office, you cannot rebuild it. So alternative 1 was very restrictive. No new offices, and if you have an existing office and you demolish it, you cannot rebuild it.
Okay. And Councilmember Philseth, I see City Attorney Stump wanted to wade in, so maybe we ought to let her speak in case that would change our discussion.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted, Molly.
Thank you. I put my hand down, but I didn't open my mouth. Got to do both. All right. Generally, amortization says that a legal non-conforming use, it's become non-conforming because the underlying zoning has changed, is coming to the end, and it needs to be converted then under that procedure, which is very involved, to the current zoning. It is generally not a way to acquire parkland. So I think there's parkland is going to be acquired here by voluntary agreement with property owners, typically, because there's some larger agreement that involves several components, such as in a development agreement or something like that. And it will involve then some provision of private land to a public facility, a park, or it involves the city purchasing and acquiring the parkland, either through a voluntary or a non-voluntary process. But it's not a merely zoning and amortization process. Thanks.
That was sort of what was going through my mind was, where do we, specifically from park space, and then the same thing applies to housing, right? But where do we want to put park space? And then what are the tools at our disposal in order to go make that happen? And with the assumption that we're willing to be patient on what it takes to really do that.
And just to summarize what Molly said, you either acquire the land,
right,
or you enter into an agreement with the private property owner to achieve that goal.
So Councilmember Philsef, if you have an amendment that would capture the intent on whether we're looking to not allow rebuilding of parking space, of office space, or whether what we're wanting to do is a modification of option 1, which is no net new office space, essentially, if I understand it right. I think that is that the clarification that would be helpful?
Just to clarify what Rachel said, I think we're only talking about where the underlying zoning is different, right? So if an office is on Rome or commercially zoned, it could be rebuilt, right? Even under option 1.
Correct. Well, I would say that could be what council is wanting to do. Alternative 1 would essentially say, like if you think about the graphic that we've showed with the different kind of concepts in different areas, that would ultimately become the underlying zoning.
But the underlying zoning,
to Molly's
applies,
point,
right?
those uses become legally non-conforming. Right, but we would be changing it. So the part of the NV cap is we're changing the underlying zoning from the current uses to other uses like RM30 or housing or mixed use housing.
I just wanted to clarify.
And so those become non-conforming uses. Yeah. So some of those, so I guess, so yes, if their underlying zoning didn't change, they could rebuild the office. But I think for the most part, a lot of the underlying zoning in the proposal would be changing. And so they would not be able to rebuild those offices.
But it's not going to be 100% residential for the entire NV cap, is it? I mean, that was kind of what you were making it sound like, but.
Well, that's certainly the direction that alternative 1 was trying to take the area.
That's right. So again, and I appreciate that Mayor, we're running late on this one, and we're trying to remember the different alternatives that we presented to you many months ago. But alternative 1 was this notion that we've got office there now, and we're going to see it transition out over time because we're going to change the base zoning for this study area, and we really just want to see housing, and our inclusionary requirements and all the things that would go along with that. The other alternative that was being contemplated was you could continue your office, indefinitely, and you could rebuild your office, presumably with some housing component, as long as there wasn't a net increase. And we have heard from some property owners that there's some interest in that. They would like to actually redevelop their land that has existing office and build housing on top of that. But they won't if they're going to lose their office space, because that's what is driving the economics for the property. And then the third alternative was a net increase in office to support even more housing. That was alternative 3 and the variations thereof. The direction we got from council was option 1 or alternative 1, which was to phase out office, and it will phase out in one of 2 ways: naturally on its own without any time pressure from the city, or we would apply some kind of a time pressure by changing the zoning and giving them, property owners anywhere from 15 to 35 years to transition out based on our code. And I think it's a consequential decision.
Yeah, and I may be mistaken on my recollection of the discussion, but my memory is that we discussed about how much housing we wanted to ultimately build there, other elements, but I don't recall us struggling with this distinction. And when we went with option 1, it was kind of on some other aspects with, I'm not sure we really came to a resolution there, although it may have been implied to staff reasonably based upon us referring to option one for other elements of option one. But correct me, others and on council, if I'm misrecollecting or misunderstanding where we were as a body.
Giving the minutes.
Yeah. How about this then? Councilmember Phil Seth, you raised an important question. Let me move on to Councilmembers Koo and Cormack and see what we hear from them on this, and then we can try to wrap up and figure out whether we have a consensus on this particular aspect that isn't in the motion yet. Is that, or unless you want to say where you're coming from on it right now, and then we go to them.
Let me collect my thoughts on this, because I'm not sure I've thought about this in exactly these terms so far.
Yeah. Okay. So Vice Mayor Koo.
I just wanted to also add in, if you consider a maker and seconder of the retention of the historically eligible Cannery building and Ash building, just not to forget that we do want to see the retention. Which you can.
I think it needs to be worded in a way that allows for some adaptive reuse, but not, no changes at all.
Oh yeah. So we can
Director maybe have any suggestions in the interest of time on wording that would reflect those intentions?
I think it was actually already captured.
It was captured in the motion from the past meeting in September. So what it says is adaptive reuse of the historical structures subject to CEQA.
And it's part of the plan. It's part of this draft plan, I think is what staff said.
So it will continue on?
Yes.
Okay. Then, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Well, I can't support the motion because it's for alternative one, which I voted against when we had this last time. Definitely intrigued by revisiting the concept, and perhaps not everyone, all of us fully understood the trade-offs involved in 1, 2, and 3. But fundamentally, this isn't a realistic plan. This plan that we're voting on, it's not gonna produce the housing we want and the other benefits. And so, that's why I can't support it. I think the council missed an opportunity when we went through this last time to really grapple with alternative 2, which probably would have made everyone equally unhappy. And sometimes that means that it's it's the right choice. One of the questions I was going to ask, and maybe this is getting to where our prior conversation just is could people redo? I mean, I think this is what you were saying, Director Late. Like, do we have the right height limits in this proposal for people to redo their office and add housing? Do we have that in this, or would that be option 2?
So I'll let others on my team chime in, but I think it's close. If it's off, it's off by a few feet is what we've heard, somewhere around 5 feet. Did I get that right, Ms. Tanner?
I'm looking at the graphic now. I think that, I guess the one challenge would be the 35-foot height limit, which does reflect in some cases proximity to R1 zoning, but in other cases, I think that would be a challenge to have housing and office and of course retail in that same 35-foot tall structure. Okay. So we're foreclosing. So even separate from whether or not we permit office to be rebuilt, option 1, the preferred alternative in front of us, as chosen by the majority of council, is going to restrict existing office owners who would like to add housing from doing so. And I wanted to say, we can look into that and maybe Ms. Eisberg knows more. I mean, I think part of it is conceiving, okay, if it's a one-story office building and that's the maximum square footage they can rebuild, conceivably then they have that first floor of their office and the upper 2 stories, which could be a 15-foot ground floor and then 2 stories above, they could maybe get that in. Some of it depends on how they do their parking. So I don't want to say it's not possible, because I think we certainly do see buildings of that typology. I'm not sure how frequent they are in the peninsula. Ms. Eisberg, do you have any more insight into that typology, if the 35-foot height limit would be able to have a ground floor office plus, like if it's real, like the geometry might work, but would that happen?
So we talked to a few different property owners about this. Some of them favored this kind of vertical integration where you might have office on the first floor and R&D kind of facility and residential above. Some really didn't want to do that they really would only do it horizontally. And part of that is that you have separate buildings, separate leases, separate financing, all of that. But part of the redevelopment aspect is that may not happen unless they can do more office, that the incentive to, tear something down and build something new, they're not going to do that unless they get more floor area for the purposes of office or R&D.
Okay. And I think that's really where perhaps.
I think it varies.
Yeah. So there's a difference between, redoing your existing office, adding some, or then, Councilmember Phil said nobody wanted less office space here. Gosh, I heard a lot of comments. I don't recall specifically, but it certainly seems like many members of council wanted offices to shift to housing. And so that implies that there would be less office. So I'm glad we're raising this discussion. And then I'll just say, in terms of things, in the motion itself, I don't think deed restricting retail is that's just not something I could support right now. I don't think we're in an economic position to know that we should be making that decision in perpetuity. I think F makes a lot of sense, and it'll be somewhere between 55 and 70, I'm sure. Okay. Good luck, everyone.
All right. So I don't see more hands raised. We still need to see whether we want to insert language that in any way clarifies Councilmember Philsett.
Actually, I was going to comment on another one briefly, but it's probably a distraction. Why don't we finish this, and I want to say something about parking.
Just a quick comment. Yes, going back and kind of looking at the minutes from September, and it is getting late tonight. Yeah, we definitely adopted alternative 1 for office, which did explicitly reduce office over time. So I think it's just been a long discussion, and we may have forgotten where we were. But and again, I think the idea was either, as we just said tonight, either amortize it out or let it happen naturally.
Okay, so if we're not intending to deliberately amortize it, Director Late, is there a need for additional clarifying language?
No.
Okay.
Other than just for us to document through our words now in the minutes that will be printed in perpetuity, that we are not seeking amortization at this moment through the NVCAP process. We don't have to include that in the motion.
Okay.
And so we're ready to go based on that understanding.
Okay. If that's the case, are we ready to vote? Let's do that. Can the clerk please, Councilmember Philsett, sorry, go ahead.
Can I make my comment on parking?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've had a lot of discussion about what's the real demand for parking, and is it 1 spot or 1.33 or 0.5 or something? We'll take our best shot at trying to figure that out, but I don't think we should underestimate the value of the last clause there, mechanisms to discourage street parking. Okay. The only constraint here, okay, is if we all go down to Ventura Avenue right now and look at what Ventura Avenue looks like with parked cars on it, that's what we don't want. Okay, so we don't want to make another one of those, right? If we can put in place some kind of RPP overnight or restrictions, or people that live in this area can't park on the other side of Lambert Street. I mean, there is not very much actual street parking in the NVCAP neighborhood, right? If we can limit that, then personally, I'd be okay with this, with any of these, including the staff recommendation, right? Because I think if we can do that, then the process that we really want to happen, okay, which is people who say, you know what, I work out on Caribbean Drive and I need a car and there's no place in NVCAP to park it, so I'm not going to move to NVCAP, right? I'm going to move somewhere else, right? That's what we want, right? In a transit-oriented development, right? You want people that aren't reliant on cars. And there's some, it's not a question of just people give up their cars. It's, you know, there's some give and take here with people that need cars and where they live and all that kind of stuff.
So we don't want to externalize the impacts.
Right. As long as we don't externalize the impacts, then the need for us to get the parking ratio exactly right is much, much lower.
Okay,
right? So
we've
if
got
staff
that.
could put some effort into that, right, that makes all our life a lot easier. And that's my only comment.
Okay, great. Then in that case, can the clerk call the roll on this motion?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Aye.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. And I think that concludes this item. So thank you to everyone. We're at 10:15. We have the long-range financial forecast review, which I think may go considerably faster than we had budgeted time for. It has a Finance Committee recommendation, and if everybody's game, we can just plow forward and see if we can wrap this up relatively quickly without having to do an additional break. Councilmember Cormack.
I was going to suggest a break, but sounds like you're not interested.
Yeah, feel free to jump off, because we're going to initially review what we already went through on Finance Committee before we get into discussion. So
It's a lot of hours for our staff, though, also.
yeah. Okay. Well, let's get out of here then. Item number 11, review and acceptance of the FY23 to FY32 long-range financial forecast and the FY23 budget development guidelines. So, Ms. Nose, are you going to kick it off?
I will. Good evening, Council. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director. And actually, in the interest of time, and since staff has in large part, frankly, presented all of this information to the Finance Committee back in December, we will skip the bulk of this presentation and hit the highlights, I think, for you this evening. So actually, if the clerk could move to the next slide for me. All right, so just a quick overview. This forecast is the beginning of the annual budget process, which seems to be a continual process in the COVID era. And for the most part, this does show and forecasts a cautiously optimistic look for the economic recovery that we're basically living through. Revenues are growing faster than had originally anticipated, but do remain tepid and uncertain. I think Omicron and this variant that we're all facing right now, and the reactions and adjustments to that are a really good example of the waves that are coming as a result and through this pandemic. Ultimately, this forecast key assumption does not assume the restoration of any services that were reduced as part of the budget balancing actions through the pandemic. So it does show a level of service and a level of resource that we've all kind of agreed is not necessarily sustainable over the long term. But nonetheless is council's approved service level, and therefore what this forecast is based on. We do have overall a one-time surplus from FY 2021 as the council reviewed as part of the year-end
financial reporting, and we do have an estimated surplus in FY 2022. So we'll go over those in a moment. And so ultimately, though, revenues you'll see as you look in here fall short of our ability to restore everything to our prior to pre-pandemic levels of services. And so ongoing revenue sources would also allow for a quicker revenue restoration. All right, so next slide. We're going to move through this and just note the yellow box, which is new, which is we are monitoring where we're at given the new variant. This forecast was done and written back in November 2021. And obviously we are yet again in another surge. And as most economists have said, the pandemic is really driving the responses in the economy. So where the pandemic goes, so too typically is the economic response to varying degrees. Okay, and the next slide. Okay, so in this forecast, there are three scenarios that staff have presented. All have been done in isolation of each other with the intent of showing what the three scenarios would look like, with the knowledge and expectation, and the Finance Committee had a long discussion about this, of it's somewhere in and amongst those three that we will likely end. So the first one is the base case. This does show that if nothing changed and we continued the course today, would have a slight surplus in 2023 with a slight deficit in 2024, moving into surpluses beyond that. Critical things in here, again, does not assume restoration of any services from pre-pandemic levels. And ultimately, this does have, we are out of contract with all labor groups. So this does assume the city's policy of a standard 2% wage increase in every year that we're not in contract. All right, rolling through to the next slide. Major tax revenue projections for those who really want to know. Everything to the left is pre-pandemic, everything to the right is post-pandemic. And all the dotted lines are the projections. So you can kind of see where the different revenue streams are at. Next slide. We're going to skip over this. These are the numbers behind those graphs. Next. Expense projections. So these are just some of the assumptions driving the expense side of the forecast. Again, all of these are based on either projections from staff or revenue perspective or contractual commitments or CPI. And then next slide. Really important slide, also going to skip over this one, but do note it for yourselves. Assumptions not included in this forecast. We always do provide this. A lot of known unknowns is also how we talk about this. So areas for future investment that are not included yet in these assumptions. Next. This is scenario A. So this was one of the three that I had referenced before. What would it look like if we were to fully restore services to a pre-pandemic level? And you can see that in next fiscal year, we would be in an about $11 million deficit. And those deficits, if nothing was adjusted, would continue until 2029. Next slide. This slide models what a 4% salary increase would look like. As noted before and in the report, we have a practice anytime we're out of contract with the labor groups, we assume a 2% annual wage increase. This models what a 4% would look like. And that slight surplus in 2023 basically drops to zero, and that deficit in 2024, as expected, would get larger. This is again just for modeling purposes and to kind of just show what would it look like should our labor costs increase. Next slide. Okay, budget development guidelines. These are something that the council helps review, and the Finance Committee has reviewed and approved. And helps staff in our annual development of the proposed budget. One thing that's new in here that staff is proposing and has drafted a motion for your consideration later is to add a new guideline, which is to include a summary of major initiatives not funded. So as we're recovering from the pandemic, as council is going through different projects, programs that are of priority, really looking at our needs and the variability in the economy. Things like planning for new revenue sources, whether they be grants, new sources to the city, and or just changes in timing due to scarce resources, wanting to make sure that we're not losing sight of those summaries. So basically what this does is really ask staff to when we're pulling together the proposed budget, not just focus on what is funded, but make sure that similar to the long range, also identify what's not funded, just so that we're tracking both all the way through the process. So that was a change in recommendation. Next slide. These are all the updates from the Finance Committee, which is not a lot, since it's been actually almost a month to the day that the committee reviewed this back in December. But obviously a lot has changed in that month. So again, the economy remains very susceptible to the pandemic. I will tell you, as of a few days ago, we got our most recent sales tax report from our consultant. We're going to look at that in the coming days, report out as part of the mid-year report to the full council in February after we have a chance to look at it. But a cursory look showed previously forecasted double-digit growth to single-digit growth. And so that itself tells us how just unknown things are, and little tweaks can change things in a 7-figure way. So have solace and know and comfort that your staff is looking at these, tracking them, but we also, only know as much as we know. So we are being conservative in our estimates as we are moving through, but also doing our best not to be overly conservative as we plan from a financial perspective as an organization. The staff report included 2 areas for additional information that the council had requested. There are 2 slight errors in the staff report for clarification. In a note on the table on page 4, it says millions and it should say billions. We will correct the record after this note just to make sure that everyone is understood. And there is another table that talks about the transfer of real property statistics. What that is when one property is transferring from person A to person B, the value of it is reassessed. This is a major driver for our property tax year over year. And it accounts for about 2 percentage points of our annual property tax growth. And then the last one I already covered in the prior slide. So we come to the end, I think, which is the final slide. Or this is the conclusion, sorry. So again, here, we do have funds, one-time surpluses in 2021 and 2022. We already have direction from the council to come back as part of mid-year, which is scheduled for this February, to go over additional resources and appropriation of these funds, as well as early kind of reinvestments in the organization. So those are things that staff are actively working on, and hopefully will come forward in the coming month. And the last slide is really just the action from the council this evening, which is to review and accept this long range as recommended by the Finance Committee and the development guidelines. If the council agrees with the one addition that staff has for the budget development guidelines outlined in this PowerPoint, that's some draft language that for the council's consideration. And lastly, just direct staff to use this forecast as the starting point for our 2023 budget process. And with that, I turn it back.
Thank you. And why don't, at this time, we turn to see if we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And then we'll come back to the council for questions and comments. And do we have any public speakers?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then in that case, we'll close the public comments and come back to the council. See, the first hand is Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions. I'll try to go through them efficiently. So if I understood it, there's these potential scenarios. Did staff consider like what a break-even budget scenario would look like? Like, with a competitive market comp, but constraining the hiring based on revenue so that we don't, so rather than a full restoration of services, maybe a partial restoration.
I think that's an active component of our work as we plan for mid-year as well as 2023, as we move forward with the council on funding priorities and kind of how we allocate resources.
Okay. The other thing, when we do look at restoration of services, I just wonder, are we looking at can we deliver services in a more efficient way? We see benefits from remote work or improved productivity tools, so that we're not just going back and hiring the same number of people we had before.
Always. I think as we are looking at what does it look like to reinvest in the organization, it's not just necessarily a cookie cutter, what was is what is. I will say, after talking with departments as we've been going through the mid-year, there are certain areas that we just went too far. And we did it in a way to Band-Aid for what we were hoping was a short period of time. And it's just not sustainable. So I would expect the council to see some areas where it is a straight restoration of something that was cut previously. But in other areas, I do expect to see, adjustments based on all of our learnings.
Yeah,
so,
but you have that, you're kind of modeling that, I guess, is really the question.
Well, no, the forecast is always going to model what council has provided authorization and direction for. So that's what the base case is. It's council approved service levels, all updated for costs, contracts, and the like. So we haven't made any assumptions in terms of changes in service delivery. When we modeled the alternative scenario, it is truly a model. We said, okay, what's the rough cost of what we eliminated? Let's update that and put it in the forecast and say, approximately what would it cost?
So in a way, you are just putting it back. Is that what you're saying?
We did it from a bottom line value perspective, just to say, okay, over the pandemic period, about how much have we eliminated on an ongoing basis? 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, et cetera. What would it look like if we were to restore those costs in full in 2023? Yeah. Again, so, it's just a model.
Yeah, I understand your modeling. And again, but that's part of the discussion is, well, can we get the services back but not spend the full cost by being more productive?
Sure. And that's a conversation
I got some more
for the budget process.
Yeah. Got several more before I run out of time. Do these models consider non-payment of utilities, rents, other areas that we may have as payables that we'll never collect because of the pandemic? Are you writing off?
This forecast is only for the general fund. So for utilities accounts, those are all in utility funds, enterprise funds, and therefore wouldn't be reflected in this forecast. What would be reflected in this forecast are other revenues like paramedic fees or parking citations, which were suspended during the period. So there are areas where our receivables are growing in age, but not necessarily to a magnitude that we haven't accounted for.
But this budget doesn't just write those off or assume that we're not going to collect a certain percentage of it?
No. Okay.
And so this year, it doesn't seem like we're modeling any revenue uncertainty like we did the last couple of years. Is there any idea of multiple revenue forecasts?
Trying to manage, frankly, the frequency at which we're reporting on this and staff capacity. We thought it would be more prudent to provide the other alternatives to the Finance Committee as opposed to the revenue forecasts, given the volatility of the revenues.
Okay, it's two big ideas to try to get through in a minute here. So I'm really interested in sales tax over time. We see it on a total basis continuing to grow. I wonder if it's growing on a per capita basis or some per business metric. We keep saying, retail's dead, retail's shrinking, but our sales tax revenue forecast continues to go up. And kind of tied into that idea is, how does this budget long-term forecast look at the business tax? Is it, assume that it's there, that it's not there? And if we did see shrinking sales tax over time, could we look at the business tax kind of filling in some of that revenue?
Sure. As outlined in the known unknowns and what's not included is there's no contemplation of a business tax in this forecast. So to the extent there's an erosion of sales tax revenue over the course of the 10-year period, and should the council direct and the voters approve a business tax, and those funds are used to help soften that erosion, that, again, all policy calls for the council to be making in the future.
Yeah. Again, it doesn't, I don't know if we'll have to talk to you about this later or as we go through the budget process, but really trying to see, is that erosion happening? Because again, all we have is an aggregate sales tax number and it continues to go up, which the question is it going up as much as it would have gone up in the past, or, you know, basically, is there a gap there of any kind? Does that make sense?
I mean, we do produce the quarterly financials for the sales tax. So I think that probably is what you're looking for in terms of the history.
Well, I assume the city's getting bigger. Again, the aggregate total goes up, but how do we see an erosion of sales tax revenue? It's hard to see in the numbers. I don't know what the right metric is to see that.
Well, and sales tax is changing as businesses change. So, or the business economy, commerce, I should say, changes. So, you know, the advent of the county pool was something that really wasn't thought about or discussed a decade ago, but now is a major component of our sales tax. And, you know, it's still not our largest contributor, but it's definitely grown in its annual contributions in terms of our sales tax in full. So I think if the council is interested in doing a deep dive on kind of the ins and outs of sales tax, it's a much bigger, broader conversation.
Yeah,
I think we
again,
need direction on.
I think it'd be good to understand in terms of the business tax at some point. Like again, that if we've seen this erosion of sales tax over time, it's another argument for the business tax. But let me, I know I'm over, but let me introduce one other topic. It seemed like we've kind of flatlined contracted services over the long range forecast. And I wonder if there's any discussion about, you know, growing contracted services, you know, and it gets back to service delivery again. And
So again, the forecast is really saying, what does it look like today? And if I were to adjust today for cost escalations, known changes over the course of a 10-year period that doesn't require a policy call from the council, that's what it's showing. What you're talking about are policy calls from a council perspective. Re-looking at, are we going to offer service in-house or partner with a nonprofit or do a public-private partnership?
Yeah, I mean, the scenarios
doesn't model any of that.
Okay, I mean, the scenarios are kind of policy calls. Do we restore services? Do we go to market comp salaries? Seem like another one would be, do we expand contracted services, you know, potentially?
But what would that ratio be, I guess?
I mean, it would just be a scenario of, we're going to look at a shifted service delivery model and we would model that out.
I think what you're trying to accomplish through that would be savings for personnel costs and the growth of that. But our ability to model something like that through CalPERS is not as sophisticated as what I think you're thinking we would be able to do.
Okay, well, I'm well over my time, but yeah, I mean, again, I think we're at the point now where it was 70% of the public safety budget, annual budget, is being paid into pensions, and right, we're in that kind of thick of the worst spot of it right now. So, but yeah, I mean, we've had policies in the past, and it just seemed like, I hear what you're saying. We're just flatlined. We grew whatever we had by 2% a year. Just want to understand if there might be a potential scenario there that we should consider. So I'll stop for now, but thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Burt. For those of you not on the finance committee from last year, I just wanted to draw your attention to like our three biggest revenue sources and just talk a little bit about the timeline from where it went to where it's going. So I'm on page 11 of the second report, 13502. I'm looking at the sales tax, and you'll see it's not until 2028, and this is before what Director Nosey was saying, that we get above 2019. Okay. Then if we turn the page and we look at property taxes, you know, I was going through the assessor's report recently. There's 16 cities in the county. Our growth rate in property tax is 15th out of 16. We're growing more slowly than the vast majority of the cities in terms of property tax. And of course, that's our largest component. And then finally, if you look at TOT, super volatile, of course. I mean, right now we're not projecting being over our 2019 number until 2025. So I know there's a lot of talk about recovery and restoration, et cetera. I just found it very helpful when we went through this to look at the history. We could see the Great Recession, we could see the forecast. So I just encourage you as you're looking through this and thinking about the budget to to put it all in the context. These are our three largest sources at the moment. So I don't see a lot of hands. Is the mayor looking for a motion or not yet?
Go right ahead.
All right, I'll be happy to make the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. And would you like to speak any more to your motion?
Briefly, I'll just say it was not a contentious item. We did spend a lot of, sorry, I'm hearing an echo. I don't think that's on my side. Did spend a lot of time on this at finance. The staff, as Director Nosey mentioned, is diligently incorporating new information in a Bayesian method, like pretty much every time they get it. So I think we can have confidence that each time they come to us, we'll have the best information available. And I particularly appreciate the alternate scenarios. Those are things for us to think about, not to make decisions this evening, but to contemplate, what are the different directions we could go, and then how are we going to fund them? Thanks.
Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, I was just going to note that the property tax growth stat is interesting. I hadn't heard that, but our rents are also growing more slowly than anybody else, or than most other cities in the county too. I wonder if there's a correlation there.
I'll offer just a couple comments. I think that some of our property tax growth being slower than other cities is that we're not adding significant office. We're a much more modest rate of office, and of course, additional office will add additional property tax. It will also add and exacerbate the jobs housing imbalance and worsen those problems and congestion and a whole bunch of other things. And so those are many decisions. So we could go back to big office growth and expand our property tax base and then bear the consequences of that. But I did want to touch on the issues that Councilmember Du Bois was raising. On page 226 of the packet, it's the attachment A, is the budget development guidelines. And guideline 4 and 5 really address at a high level the issues that I think Councilmember Du Bois was pushing on. And my question in this case is, I don't know whether it's probably mostly addressed to the city manager, is I concur with Councilmember Du Bois that we want to move from these budget development guidelines being conceptual to actually part of this year and next year's budget recommendations. And I think the city manager had alluded previously to kind of looking at the service models and the efficiencies. I know that back in the post-Great Recession impact era, we really took about 2 to 3 years to make a whole series of changes, not only pension reform changes, but changes where we contracted out and outsourced a number of areas. We did it in a deliberate way. It wasn't knee-jerk. The city manager at the time was getting pressure from the council that we wanted to see structural changes sooner. And he said, look, this is not a one-year plan. I need a couple years to come up with a deliberate set of recommendations, and they were in a series of steps. But out of that, we really made some significant structural budget accomplishments between that and the pension reforms. So, Mr. Shikata, what can we look forward to on both this budget proposal and then getting a better sense of where we may be for the following budget year if we're looking at, accomplishing some of these things over the next year and a half?
Yeah, perhaps best way to respond to that might be to just recap a few recent actions, and recent is a relative term here. I would note that not long before the holidays, the Finance Committee did start what was described, I believe, as a service model review or some terminology to that effect, starting with the fire department. And so the discussion of both service model, but perhaps as importantly, the revenue and both assumptions and underlying approach there was a first discussion. And so based on that, I don't think there was a immediate decision to pursue a change, but it certainly lays the groundwork for further review of other parts of the city operation, as well as appropriate, a little deeper look there. I would also note that within the last couple of years, there have been other service model changes, probably the most significant of which was the animal shelter operation, which was outsourced, I believe it's 2 years ago. Perhaps it's 3. But so in any case, those have been the types of reviews and changes that have been discussed in the last couple of years. And I'm thinking off the top of my head, so perhaps would be appropriate as the council sees fit for us to give you a more complete list. Beyond that, I do believe the ongoing discussion, both with respect to ballot measure, as well as in the context of that, priorities for spending, are the key venues for further discussion of new service models. I will tell you that, well, and as is the SCAP, quite frankly, to the extent that the sustainability and climate action plans can represent really fundamental shifts in the way we are approaching some of our ongoing expenses and services. So again, just a few responses somewhat spontaneously, but as the council sees fit, we can dive more deeply.
Well, thank you. And I think that's accurate on what some of those things have been, and that there are more in recent years. And the going forward is, I think, what we're really concerned about. And one of the things that I would in particular like to see is, and it's in the guiding principles of, under cost effectiveness, but to really to see a program on how we can adopt advancements in technology for greater efficiencies or other structural methods. So outsourcing and contracting are one way, and figuring out really a deliberate plan on that is not just conceptual, but a real plan on how we can attempt to incorporate technology advancements that may provide greater productivity and efficiency going forward. I know that there's one answer, oh, we always do that, but I think we're struggling for something that is a more concrete plan, I think. And on that note, I'll pass it to see Councilmember Du Bois has his hand up again.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. I just had a couple more points, and thank you for that, Mayor Burt. So again, just to talk about the pension a little bit. So right now, I think the staff report said that our current annual general fund obligation is about $40.2 million. That's It's about 42% of the general fund payroll. I was looking, I didn't see it. Kylie, do you know, so I think this year, next year, we're paying about 70% of salary for the public safety. What is that in dollars?
I don't have that at the top of my fingertips. I'm not sure if Jesse Deschamps or Paul Harper do. If you guys do, go ahead and turn your cameras on.
I guess it's just, yeah, what's our annual pension payment for public safety, right?
That we might have. Give us a second, we can look that up, I think. You want it for the public safety plan?
Yeah, I think the general fund plan is about 40 million, which I think it was in the report. But
yeah, we typically report them combined. So that's why it just takes a minute to disaggregate them if possible.
Oh, so did that 40 million include public safety?
Likely, yes.
Okay. Well, if you find the answer,
yep.
I guess the thought reading through this again, we've been pretty good about putting money into the Section 115 trust. We've done it over a number of years. We've got about 40 million in that trust. So, even with like years of effort and trying to be disciplined, it's like 1 year. And I just wonder if we're actually doing enough. And I didn't see much of a discussion in terms of long range forecasts. Was there any further discussion about like that discount rate, and should we consider a further reduction from 6.2?
Absolutely. So ultimately, the council has approved a proactive pension funding plan, which is to be commended, and we've sticked to it diligently, frankly, even through the pandemic. So any of the required payments we haven't skipped. We've done our best to make additional contributions as we can. I hear you on, it feels like, wow, we've been doing this for so long and we have 1 year's worth of payments in a reserve. Feels like we should have a lot more than that. We do continue to contribute at a 6.2 discount rate. Part of the pension policy requires staff to do a thorough analysis of our progress towards our goal every 3 years. So that is on our staff work plan this fall, when we get the new valuation reports from CalPERS, to thoroughly look at, all kind of facets of where we're at. Are we in the right investment mix for the 115 trust? Now that we've reached our goal, our initial goal was to put about a year's worth of pension payments in that trust, and then move towards looking towards paying down what are called additionary discretionary payments to CalPERS to pay down bases.
And
So
we would
all
also
of that's-
and we would also look at that discount rate as part of that 3-year.
Right. So we are still at a 6.2. CalPERS, based on their risk mitigation policy, has moved the discount rate down to a 6.8. They were at 7.
Yep.
And so we are still below CalPERS. I will say the benchmark that we use to create that 6.2 is now at about 5.9 or 6 when you look at the CalPERS consultants. So yes, that is a variable we will reevaluate this coming fall.
And you mentioned it, and I think I mentioned this to you before, yeah, do we look at a different investment profile for that 115, which a lot of cities are doing, and it makes sense. It's a different profile than managing our city investments.
Yeah, it really just depends on the intent of the fund. And, when the council, based on the policies, would want to draw down on it, and what it would be used for. And that will provide the backing, or rather the guidance on what kind of investments to put it in, risky or not, basically.
Yeah. So kind of wrapping up my thoughts. I mean, my questions are, are these the right scenarios for the long-term plan? And if it feels like, again, I was kind of where you were, like, if we go to 6% discount rate over the 10-year period at some point, if we modeled again, maybe looking at continuing to shift some service delivery models. Do we end up with a much different long range forecast? And maybe that's a worthwhile scenario. I'm not trying to just create work for you, but it seems like there are several things we could see. And also in that long range scenario, we could consider the passage of the business tax and just see what impact that has in the long term. Obviously, we can't count on it for this year's budget,
Sure.
but it seems like these are foreseeable things that could potentially move that needle.
Sure. One thing I just want the council and the public to remember in the pension costs, though, a significant portion of those pension costs are for unfunded, already accrued liabilities. I have the CalPERS stats from the team. Ultimately, so in 2023, you had set a $40 million number. That's the total cost or actuarial determined contribution for the miscellaneous plan, all funds. But of that 40 million, 30 million is the UAL or unfunded accrued liability. And your normal cost is 9 or 10, if I round up. On the safety plan, it's about a $21 million contribution in 2023. But of that, about 15 million of that 21 million is unfunded accrued liability. So even if you were to change your delivery of services, that UAL is like your mortgage. We have to pay it no matter what.
Understood.
And so definitely understand the goal and the idea and the sentiment, but also just want to be realistic in, with the PEPR changes, the normal cost is changing as the benefit structure has changed. And a lot of that UAL is for benefits that have already been accrued.
And I'd just like to point folks out to an important table 15 at the bottom of packet page 208, which is the CalPERS projected blended retirement rates. And of course, we have other factors involved there, but for the first time, we have on the horizon a peaking and then a decline of the percentage of payroll that goes to the retirement rate. And fiscal year 25, which is 2.5 years away, is our peak. And then we actually, for the first time in I don't know how long, would see some decline in that in the following years. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you for you guys' work on this. I had a couple of thoughts as I was looking at this, and I thought Councilmember Du Bois brought up some good points. When I was looking at the sales tax forecast, I appreciate how staff had it coming back up later, which is good. The thing that really kind of concerned me though is if you look at the number of retailers, physical retailers that have shut down in our city, I mean, just walk up and down California Avenue, University Avenue, you can see a lot of for lease signs. I'm just wondering whether it's realistic to expect the sales tax to come back as quickly as you're projecting, just because of that. We've never had something like this before, where we've had so many retailers shut down, because it takes a while for stores to open up back up, if they do even open back up. I don't know whether the online sales tax is going to make up for it. So that's something that's different this time around, which I don't know if you factored in, and makes me wondering whether the modeling is correct for some of the out years. The second thing that I was thinking about is so every week we look at budget contracts, right? And like today's contract for the pavement cleaning, we're including 5 more garages and whatnot. If you look at the items 1 through 8 on that item, the cost doubled, right? I still voted for the item because I think we need to keep our place clean, but if they decided labor cost increase, just another inflation increase, right? And we've seen price of gas, we've seen price of almost everything increase considerably, maybe even past the official inflation rate. And this, you guys probably seen that the Fed has announced that they're going to be raising rates, right? Which is very unusual. They've kept the economy afloat with a very loose monetary, quantitative easing last year, and that's helped to kind of bolster the stock market, because there's really negative returns if you look at the treasuries now. There wasn't much choice to where to put the money, and so we've had this kind of asset bubble that's been developing in our economy, from the housing prices to the stock prices. But as the Fed is forced to have a reckoning in terms of being able to keep the interest rates incredibly low, we look at our large trade partner, China, right? They've stopped buying our treasuries, right? Because they're thinking, well, what a lame deal. I buy these treasuries, I get a negative interest rate. And yet you guys are, printing 40% of the money, over the course of the past year, right? 40% more cash is flowing through our economy. And so they're thinking like, well, I'm not sure I want to keep buying US treasuries. And so I think about like in terms of the macroeconomic factor, right? Because we're probably going to have rising interest rates and probably rising inflation, and hopefully, some of this could be headed off, not necessarily in our control, of course, but so I do wonder about some of the labor cost pressures. I wonder about our vendor costs, because almost every vendor contract that we've been seeing, there's been a pretty substantial, way past the CPI inflation rate, right? Way past it. And so I don't know whether it's realistic for us to expect that, with the inflation that's starting to course through our economy, whether we're going to be able to hold the prices where they are, right? I normally don't like vote for pricing or contract increases, but I voted for the one today just because I realized that, there's a lot of inflation starting to happen. So I'm worried that, and I thought that was a good point that, so I think there's two things going on. So I think we're starting to see the labor prices starting to increase, and all the associated services correlated to labor. At the same time, I think with the Fed starting to raise interest rates, because they're literally forced to at this point, it's going to be hard to print more money if your trade partner is not buying your treasuries anymore. My concern here is that we're probably going to see, we've always seen like the stock market start to deflate a bit. We haven't had a total crash, but we've seen some softening, absolutely, of the stock market, and hopefully we don't have a major crash. But I think we're not going to see the same kind of asset price increases that we've seen before, just because as there starts to become more reasonable rates of return on safer money, there's not going to be the flight to assets as there used to be. So I'm concerned that we're projecting really nice property tax increases, and we're projecting. I think CalPERS is projecting, oh yeah, we're gonna, be able to have these kind of stock market returns that we've had over the past year. I'm just worried that this may be a little bit rosy for us. I'm hopefully it's realistic and this is all good, but I'm worried about some of the macroeconomic effects. And of course, I realize you guys can only do it with the data that you have right now, but those are some things that are coming down that we should be aware of. The other factors I've been thinking about is that we have the green case, right? We all know about that. That brings in some money from the city, from their utilities. And are we going to be able to keep doing that? And I don't know, Kylie, if that's been factored in already, but I don't know if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. The council took proactive actions in their last budget cycle in association with this legal challenge, and has thus far, starting FY 2022, moving forward, we are reserving funds that may be at risk.
Okay, so then this long-range financial forecast is baked in there, and it's not baking in. Okay, great. And then the other factor I've thought about, and I thought Councilman Du Bois brought a good point up, is we've had the thing about people aren't paying their utility bills and people aren't necessarily paying their rents. How does that affect our city's coffers as well? And so some of this might be real bad debt that we have to write off. I realize at some point we have to make that call, but I'm not sure when it is. But that needs to be baked into our model as well. So I see a lot of storm clouds, hopefully some bright points as well, but some storm clouds on the horizon here, and some of them are really big and treacherous. So I worry about that. I do like the point that was brought up earlier about trying to do more contracted services. I think that's a great idea. I'm fully supportive of that, and I think we should make a really concerted effort on that, maybe more than we've had in the past. I'm total favor of trying to use better technology, right? I think that's also a good thing as well, but it's hard in government organizations to adopt technology. But I would love for us to do that and try to be more efficient. But I don't know if unless I think there's a concerted effort on council or some sort of focus to try to do that. I'm not sure if it's more of a wish than a something that will happen. So I actually think both of those are ways for us to kind of counterbalance and still provide the services that we would like to provide in the city. But I think if we don't have some sort of real focus on it, I don't think it's going to happen. So that's my other concern about this, is that I think it's nice platitudes about, oh yeah, we're going to do this, but I don't know if there's actually an action plan to actually make it happen, and that's concerning to me. So anyways, those are some of the things that worry me about this long range financial forecast. I realize Kylie, you're doing the best you can with what you know, but there's some pretty big things coming down the pike this year, and I don't think we're going to see the stock market go zoom like it did last year. I would like it to, but I just can't see how it could happen as the interest rates start going up and people pull the money out of the market and start investing in where there's safer returns. But thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, CalPERS is not by any means projecting the gains they had last year, where they, I think it was something like 22% that isn't yet built in here. That's one of those big spike years, but that is not what their projection is. Anyway, are we now ready for a vote? Looks like we have no additional hands. Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philsett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. And
Thanks, everybody.
so, thank you. And so now we move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I just wanted to thank the city manager and Director Batchelor for the informational report, item 12 that was provided. So much discussion last year of the reliability of our utilities, and people wanted to understand, what things were going to change with the outages. It looks like a comprehensive plan with a variety of changes. So I just want to take a moment to thank staff for providing that.
Great, and thanks for bringing that up. I would encourage staff to figure out a way to really present those bottom line changes and improvements in a summary way, so that we can get them out to the public so they really appreciate it, perhaps in a utility insert, because that's a lot of what people are looking at, and making that linkage. So I think it's good work, but it's right now it's a tree falling in the forest. I hesitate to think how few people in the community will read that report and absorb it, as good a work as it is, unless we get the summary information out into their hands. I had a couple things. Just one is next Thursday morning, the Sustainability and Climate Action Committee, ad hoc committee of the council, is going to have our next meeting focusing on climate impacts. So we're going to be getting an update on our sea level plan, sea level protection plan, and wildfire impacts. And we'll have an update on from city staff, and then we're going to have on the wildfire impacts, on both health impacts and policy, some real national leaders from Stanford who will be making presentations. Of course, as a committee, we should, even though it's not as yet a Brown acted committee, we should limit the participation from the other council members, just to keep things clean. But I think the city attorney would say there's no constraint on council members attending the meeting and hearing the presentations. Is that correct? City Attorney,
Yes, as members of the public, yes.
great, thank you. And lastly, Georgia beat Bama for the national championship tonight. And on that note, for better or worse, meeting's adjourned. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Koo, did you have something? I'm sorry, you have a hand raised?
I was just going to thank the city manager and Chief Blackshire, as well as Palo Alto Fire, for the mobile vaccination for seniors, elderly with functional needs. So thank you for getting that going, and thanking the member of the public who brought it to our attention.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right,
Thank you,
and
guys.
we are now adjourned. Thank you.